Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to Thursday. Hey, got the day right. Thursday evening, night, morning, day, whatever. Um, and we are here to play a little bit of Stargate. Super excited. I'm a little nerded out. This is an IP that I like, and I've always thought it would make a really cool game. So we're going to give it a try. Before we get into the game and stuff, let's do what we always do and let everyone know who all these fantastic people are and where they can find you. We'll go over here and start with Kelly first.
All right. Hi. I am Kelly, or My Fair Kelly. I do actually stream sometimes now. Lately I've been doing some Skyrim and just having voice. I've been enjoying it, doing it before in the morning. So other than that, I'm usually here on C plus content. Whenever my work schedule allows me to be. I may be back in Spectrum Squad. I may be back again in other ones. But other than that, yeah, C plus content and My Fair Kelly. Pass it down to Roboyo.
Hi, I'm Roboyo. I do not stream, but I hang out on Twitch a lot. You can find me either here or in Lissa's stream or Juice's stream or Meg's stream. I just hang out everywhere. I did love the Stargate franchise when I was younger and could watch it, but this is brand new to me, so it'll be interesting to see how it goes. And over to that way, right?
Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_Juice on Twitch. I do stream on Twitch. I haven't streamed in like a couple weeks just because I'm lazy. It's fine. I don't know. The next time you'll see me on Twitch is whenever the next time I'm on C plus content is. Yeah. I make arts and I post it to the Instagrams at are not art or are not comics. And yeah, that's me. Duckwork.
Yeah, I'm Duckwork. Stream every Wednesday night over on my Twitch channel. Michael's a player. I love Stargate. Got a bit bummed when the whole Stargate MMO was kind of canceled in like 2008 or something, 2009. It was. I'm looking forward to this.
Yeah. And it might also fall apart terribly because we have, a couple of agents of chaos who might just, we'll see what happens, but it's fine. It's fine. No, I'm just kidding. So yes. Now, to be clear, there is an old school Stargate like licensed game. The rule set is based on Spycraft, which is itself based on D&D 3.0. It's a D20 system, mega crunchy. Combat is it's like let's do 15 minutes of math before we can figure out what's actually happened. So we aren't doing that one. There is a more recent, and I kickstarted it. I think that's right. Yeah, I kickstarted it. It's a 5e based system, which is very well done. It's very slick, very thoughtful. I have borrowed from that the whole kind of Phoenix site idea. So from a setting perspective, I really like what they're doing. I just don't think that 5e fits. So we're going back to Modern Age, which is a system that we used and that I adapted for to tell a Mass Effect story for our Mass Effect Spectres short run. So it's very similar. This is actually a much lighter lift because I don't have to deal with things like making up rules for biotics. This is more or less straight Modern Age. The only thing I had to add was a little bit of stuff to account for the fact that a couple of people have Goa'uld symbiotes. And that changes some things about them. But in general, this is a more or less stock standard. Now, I played a lot of Dragon Age back in the day, but I'm going to get things wrong. So this is not a learn to play. If you want to learn to play Dragon Age or Modern Age or any of the age-based games, go on to Green Ronin and like look at some of the like how to play stuff, because I will get stuff wrong. This is more about telling the story, but I like it because it's reasonably crunchy, a little bit gritty, but also cinematic, kind of like Stargate. So we're going to give it a whirl. Now, none of the players are familiar with the system, which is great because they can't call me out when I make mistakes. But what we have in hand is we have shared character sheets, so everyone can see all the stuff. And I've shared just a little bit pre-stream about the setting. But I think the first thing we ought to do is talk through who are the characters, and like, what do you think, like, how do you think that they feel about each other? And, just to give everyone a sense of who each other are so that you can RP appropriately. Before we do that, I should probably tell you like what your job is. So you are all, you work for Phoenix Command. So the Phoenix site was established by the Tauri at about the same time that the Alpha site was established. Now, if you don't know anything about Stargate, just fast forward for the next 5 minutes on YouTube, or just, go do something else, because we have to talk a little bit of Stargate lore. But it was never, the Alpha site was always very official. Funding for it showed up in congressional record. It's classified, but a lot of people knew about the Alpha site. Very few people knew about Phoenix Command. It was a secret initiative specifically designed in case either Stargate Command was destroyed or compromised from without or within, and records were looked through and the Alpha site was discovered, or in case Earth went weird and like maybe a bunch of fascistic leaders were elected and it was a decision like we can't rely on Earth anymore. So Phoenix Command has evolved into a partnership between the Tauri, so humans from Earth, various other human cultures throughout the Milky Way, and a couple of non-human races, specifically the Jaffa and the Tok'ra, both of which are bearers of Goa'uld symbiotes. The Tok'ra do so in a kind of synergistic relationship, and the Jaffa typically carry juvenile symbiotes that can't really access their minds. They can't control you, but they do give you all kinds of wonderful benefits in terms of like not dying from a paper cut. And if you are in fact a Tok'ra, because you exist in a synergistic relationship, you can rely on the knowledge and skill to some degree of the Goa'uld that you host. So that is reflected in your various attributes and talents for those two. Otherwise, we have a couple of humans, a couple of Tauri. In the background, unfortunately, Zodi wasn't able to make it. She is discount Daniel Jackson / Atolan scientist. So her character, Jace, will be an NPC unless she's able to join us later. So you do have other members of the team, at least one more. But most of the teams at Phoenix Command are multi-species. You are members of Phoenix 5. Phoenix 5's mission is primarily exploratory and scientific. You're not the ones dealing with the big diplomatic stuff necessarily. You're not the ones dealing with the big trade delegations. You're not the ones dealing with the most dangerous stuff. But you do have a couple of people who are perfectly capable, like one person who's really good at like shooting stuff. One person who's really good at fisticuffs and surviving on the edge, having good senses about danger and tactical awareness. Got a doctor, a medic, who has a variety of other skills. And you do have someone who is I would say an intellectual, don't you think, Doc? So, someone who exercises good judgment.
Yeah. Perhaps.
Yes.
On occasion.
And has many skills and can draw upon a variety of assets as needed. So that's the context. I'm going to say let's just say this is your first mission altogether. That way we don't have to go into too much detail about like opinions you might have formed before. So in that context, maybe talk a little bit about who your character is, and maybe what's on their head as they are called into the briefing room at Phoenix Command to receive their first kind of official mission after being assigned to the Phoenix 5 team. Let's start with Duck this time. So who's Talvek and what's going on in his head?
Well, he's got a sentient worm creature living inside of him, a Tok'ra symbiote who bristles at the notion of being called a Goa'uld.
I mean, it's technically accurate.
Is it though?
Yes.
But yeah, other than that, he is eager to discover the galaxy now that it is in a period of peace. All the major threats have been disposed of, and eager to like maybe even partake in some archaeology.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna love your mission. How about Poe?
There's not much on Poe's mind at any point in time. I mean, he likes gardening.
Oh.
Yeah. And he's human, and he originates from Canada, and he has a sister named Melody who currently lives in Canada and is a botanist, so takes care of gardens, stuff like that. Yeah. Poe has named all of his weapons.
Yes.
Because I don't know. It's what he does.
And what are Poe's skill sets? Or what is his primary role, do you think, on the team? Given that he's like 6'5", 250, big old slab of meat.
Yeah.
Crew cut.
Meat shield.
Yeah. I mean, you're good with guns.
Yep.
And gardening.
Yep.
And more guns. And also knives and grenades.
Yep.
Yeah. So Poe is a beatstick. Staff Sergeant Poe is a beatstick. And really, really good at like protecting people and dealing with any potential threats. And probably has a good time zoning out when they're talking all the sciencey stuff. You're probably just like looking at, oh, that's a cute flower. Not the brightest bulb, but he's a nice guy, right? I mean, he's like, yeah.
He's super nice, super sweet. I mean, he doesn't look super nice or super sweet, but he's super nice and super sweet.
Cool. So Forrest Gump on steroids. Got it. Awesome. What about Ultek? I think a slightly different perspective.
Yeah, Ultek is a free Jaffa, an outcast Jaffa. He's mainly a security role. On his head is some hair. And yeah, he's just ready for the next mission. He just spends his time getting prepared for the next mission.
Yeah, someone who's learned to be prepared for every eventuality, and to get out of difficult situations, and if at all possible, to anticipate difficult situations before things go bad. And someone who has traveled the galaxy to a large degree. So think of it as your frontier guide, someone who has maybe a little bit more experience than some of these folks at traveling to backwater planets and the sorts of threats and challenges that might arise. So you definitely play a vital role in keeping everyone safe and helping missions be successful. And you do have a Goa'uld symbiote. For those who are Stargate nerds, this is well after Tritonin became widely available. So the fact that Ultech still has a symbiote is obviously working with Phoenix Command is somewhat interesting. You would think that he would have had it ripped out and just be on the pill or the shots instead. But that wasn't really in the cards, which may come up in play, it may not. So what about Skye?
Well, Skye is definitely the best person on the team. And despite everyone not realizing it, she's the most important. Like, there's no way the team could survive any of these missions without Skye's expertise. And despite everyone at home knowing just how great she is, no one here seems to understand just how great she is. And, well, she needs to fix this. And as she walks into this room, all she's thinking about is, please, will Poe just be quiet this time?
Maybe Poe normally says like one word.
It's that one word that upsets Skye.
Because it draws the attention from Skye. Yes. Skye is a medic, but has a variety of other skills as well. But your official role on the team is, one, deal with any injuries or illness, and also to help with any kind of biological, botanical research, anything in that vein. And then also, like, you probably enjoy making connections with people and leveraging those, and maybe, who knows what happens. So you can bring a variety of talents to bear in what you do. However, your official role is part scientific, part medical. Cool. Anything else that you want folks to know about your characters before this scene or the action begins? Or any questions that you have? We were talking before stream, we'll go through mechanics and stuff since this is everyone's first time. We'll go through those kind of as they come up. Like the first time we do a roll, we'll talk through how that works. First time we get in combat, if it ever happens, we'll go through that. But do you have anything other than like, which dice do I roll and what do I add in terms of questions?
Not at the moment.
Cool. All right. So the Phoenix site is quite modern by comparison to SGC because it represents a blending of human technology from a variety of cultures along with a few enhancements that were provided by the Tok'ra, and even some other potentially more powerful species. So yes, this is post SGC. This is post Atlantis. So we are in, as Talvek said, we are in a galaxy where all the big bads have been taken care of. We don't have to worry about any of that. So yeah, we can just explore and make friends and discover new things. One of the things, however, that is still valuable and desirable is to uncover ancient technology. Now, whether that is ancient in the terms of Alteran / Lantian, or ancient in terms of other advanced species that have since disappeared or ascended or whatever, just because there aren't, as far as we know, giant Goa'uld motherships threatening Earth or, replicator fleets threatening to turn the entire galaxy into gray goo, doesn't mean that the galaxy is a safe place. And there's always a desire to acquire new tactical or trade advantages, and then to benefit this coalition of species homeworlds through that discovery and exploration. So you expect that your first mission is going to be of this exploratory nature. And in fact, it is. So you are, after you make your way into the meeting room, very high tech, very slick. Think lots of glowy lights. It is mostly subterranean, built into the wall of a chasm on a planet where, you do know the gate address, but you certainly don't, none of you could pinpoint it on a star map because its location is secret. And there are controls on the station computers to prevent you from dialing Earth. Just like at SGC, Phoenix Command is not part of their menu of options. But so a very glassy, clean, bright, well-lit, high-tech establishing shot of, this doesn't all look like human technology. There might be some people who aren't humans in this story. Is a very, very human commander. Because of course it is. So your commander is one if I can bring it up, Brigadier General Elliot Ross, who is Mark Harmon, but like Mark Harmon today. So Silver Fox Mark Harmon. He looks like a real badass. I mean, he is 100% in the vein of what you would expect for a Stargate commander. And he lives up to it. He is pretty no nonsense. He is quite reserved, partly because although he commands the Phoenix site, he does so in a coalition with other governments and individuals. So he tends not to assert himself outside areas of his direct command. These are things that you just know about him. But he takes the head table and welcomes you all and basically asks you how your time since your transit to the Phoenix site has been. It's pleasantries. So how do you respond when this intimidating commander is saying, okay, let's get the small talk over with. Hey, how was your trip? I hope you're finding I hope you found your room and I hope you have all the equipment that you need.
It is sufficient.
He likes you immediately.
It could be, whatever, it's fine.
Do you have more to add to that?
I just thought there'd be at least 2 mirrors. There's only one.
I'm sure we can locate you another mirror.
Okay, thank
I'll
you.
have the quartermaster add that to her list. I saw you out of the Go ahead.
Point of clarification. Are the humans military? Is this their commanding officer, or is this more like a civilian contractor sort of?
He's a brigadier general.
Right.
Which you know is a high-ranking official in the Tauri military. Mm-hmm. And he is here representing, he is the direct commander of all Tauri forces and assets here, as well as the kind of collective leader of the all but 1 or 2 of the Phoenix teams.
Okay. So
he has authority over you. Right now in this setting, he certainly has authority over you.
Gotcha. I was unaware that we would have such casual conversation with our commanding officer. Sir?
I mean, you've met Tauri before, right?
Yes.
Well, we find it's beneficial to at least pretend to form some sort of social, interpersonal connection, share a little bit of information about ourselves, especially if we're going to be working together.
Excellent.
Hey, would you like to give me a perception empathy roll?
Sure.
Cool. I can tell you how that works. So, on your, I should have moved my stuff. I got my screen blocked. So
I roll 3d6. I add the perception score and the +2 for empathy.
Yes. So explain it for everyone else. So there's 9 stats or attributes or abilities. They are accuracy, communication, constitution, dexterity, fighting, intelligence, perception, strength, and will para. So if you think that D&D has a lot, well, this has got it beat. Within each of those attributes, you can have a focus. Each of those attributes have a score, and a focus adds even 2 on top of that. There's some things you can't do without a focus. There's a little bit more to focuses, but yes, you're absolutely right on. When I say I call for perception empathy, it's awesome. You roll your perception, and if you have empathy, add 2 for empathy. If you don't have empathy, just roll perception. Because you can still be empathetic, you just don't have a focus in it. Mm-hmm. So yes, you are going to roll 3d6, add in your case 3 for perception.
3 for perception and a +2 because I do have the empathy focus.
You do have empathy. You're going to roll that up.
So I'm treating the last number on the dice roller always as the
effect. Sorry, the stunt die.
The special. Yeah.
Cool. So like, the one in the corner.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
So the 6 in this case.
All right. So what is your total?
15.
All right. That is pretty darn high.
15 plus 5, so
20. So ridiculously high. A very, very good roll. We mentioned, and we'll get to it when it happens, if it happens, one die is different. So it's 3d6. There's a die called the Stunt Die. If you get doubles on any die, the number on the Stunt die generates stunt points equal to its value. You can then spend those stunt points on that action to do something extra cool. Add a new effect, be a little bit more effective, get something done more quickly, learn additional pieces of information. There's a variety of things. There's a whole table in our shared sheet of all the variety of options. And by the way, that's cut down from what's actually available. There's like hundreds of potential options. Mm-hmm. So that's one of the neat things of the cinematic nature is, hey, if you roll really well and you're lucky, you can do a little fun extra stuff. So we'll always be on the lookout for when you generate stunt points. You did not. However, you succeeded very, very strongly. He is not necessarily a huge fan of not knowing who he's talking to.
But pardon my rudeness. I'm Talvek.
I know. And to be clear, he's read your dossier. Mm-hmm. And he can tell the difference between like the eyes flash and the weird distorted voice comes out. He is maybe a little suspicious. Not of you directly, but perhaps he has had some less than perfect experiences with Tok'ra in the past. So you get a little sense of...
Understood.
Which, you could choose to try to ingratiate yourself with him or not. Your choice.
As if I don't even recognize it.
Okay. And he's like, so you don't have a choice to pretend. No, it's fine. It's fine. He probably actually respects that. I would say he's also fairly perceptive and probably picks up on the fact that you understood what he's laying down, and the fact that you just went to professional mode was, not necessarily a plus, but not a negative. That makes sense. So yeah. Staff Sergeant, I saw you out on the range the other day.
Yes, sir.
I see. It's good to see you keeping up your skills. I don't think there's going to be a whole lot of call for marksmanship, hopefully. At least not on this upcoming mission. And if we play our cards right, not for you. We didn't put you together as a combat squad, but it's good to know that you're on the team. And of course, Talvek realizes that he definitely has a positive bias toward Poe. Because Poe's a staff sergeant and he's a meathead and he takes orders. And he doesn't have a creepy worm creature living in his gut.
Yeah.
There's that too.
Might be older than his, generations of Tauri.
Yeah. And almost certainly was responsible for many generations of enslaving humans until it became a rebel. It had a change of heart. Mm-hmm. A lot of Tauri are a little salty, and humans around the galaxy are a little salty towards the Goa'uld and anyone who resembles Goa'uld because, they did bad stuff.
Of course. But thankfully, we were spawned by Agaria, so not a Goa'uld.
Yeah. Yeah, whatever. That is a distinction that is lost on most people. All right. He will press just an area of this very smooth desk that immediately lights, or this smooth conference table that immediately lights up. A holographic projection appears above the table. Your target is P4Z135. I said Z because Poe's here. Nicknamed the Junkyard. It is exactly what it sounds to be. Our initial, we sent a map through, and it looks like it's exactly that. There are massive structures, potentially vehicles, that we hypothesize were grounded for salvage. We did, however, detect a highly compressed quaternary data signal and multiple Naquita signatures, active Naquita signatures. So it may be possible that there are active computer systems and or power and propulsion systems in some of these hulks. But that's not why we're most interested. The scene in the holographic display will switch. It's the shot that the Malp always takes of the DHD and the other side of the Stargate, just to make sure that the DHD is there. And you see what you expect. You see a DHD and a Stargate, just as the kind of shimmering water effect fades as the event horizon closes. What you are immediately struck by is that the design is unfamiliar. I mean, it's a ring. It has chevrons, sort of. It has markings.
Chevrons?
However many it's supposed to have.
Well, if it's native to the Milky Way, that's 7. If it's
so 7.
In a neighboring galaxy, it's 8, and if it's on the big Discovery, whatever ship, has 9 or something.
Yeah.
So like 7.
Yeah, it's 7.
Then, okay, just checking.
No, it's a good question. I love Stargate, but I'm not encyclopedic with lore, so that's a good question. Yes, it would appear.
I can't help not being encyclopedic.
Well, I appreciate it. No, it's good. Yes, it looks to be a local gate, so it doesn't. I mean, that's the first question you ask. No, it's 15 chevrons. Oh my God, it goes back in time. Mm-hmm. No, it is visually distinct.
Interesting. It's a square.
No. And the iconography is... Well, the iconography is always a stylistic representation of language derived from constellations. But this is different. It's maybe recognizable, but it seems like it's stylized like the original Stargate that connected to Earth to Abydos. But it's like a different hand stylized it, a different kind of cultural norm, and it's not one that's familiar. It also looks
definitely a knockoff.
Well, it looks considering it's sitting in what the readout is telling you is a barely habitable environment with high concentrations of like acids in the environment and lots of kind of corrosive elements. You'll be fine. You're probably going to want to take a mask and a little oxygen just in case you get into an area where there's a strong concentration of toxic or corrosive chemicals. But the air is breathable, but it's not a nice place. It looks quite pristine. And it doesn't have that kind of, this is impressionistic, but it doesn't have that kind of ancient look that the more familiar Stargates have.
Would you say it's like more rustic?
Less rustic.
Elegant? Okay,
less rustic, elegant. More elegant.
Cool.
It's a little shiny. It's got a little bit of a chrome sheen to it.
Okay.
The ring itself is not quite as thick. And of course, I mean, you're getting this. I don't know why Malp footage is never high res, but it never is. So, we got interference. So you're only getting glimpses of it. But it does seem It's like a Swedish design version or a minimalist design version of a Stargate. Very sleek. It's a very sleek. It's an IKEA Stargate.
Mm-hmm.
The DHD is also not familiar, but clearly has the same kind of aesthetic as the gate.
Fascinating.
Yeah. Does this look familiar?
Not at all.
Huh. So you two, in your various travels, haven't run across anything like this before?
I mean, I assume not. Tell me if I'm wrong, narrator.
Oh, out of game, you have not.
Okay. No.
He's like,
I do not seem to recognize this design either.
well, and you've definitely been all over. Well, that's interesting. The other interesting thing, aside from the active data signal and Nakoda signatures and this unusual design, is that this gate is not on the original network. You know, we have ancient and Asgard databases that we, have designed algorithms to mine and to adjust for stellar drift to be able to find new targets. This is not one of those. And by now, with all the different sites that we have access to, we have a near complete map of most of the Stargates in the Milky Way, at least. And this is not in any of the original plans or data sets that we have.
Intriguing.
Yep. So, your mission is to go to P4Z135 and investigate, one, the signal, the Nakoda signature, see if there's anything that is worth us investing more significant resources to actually salvage. See if establish safety to send a full scientific or engineering team to do a more complete assessment. And also take whatever readings and records you can, if there are any local habitation, current or future, current or past, any archaeological signs that might help us understand the culture that is associated with this particular Stargate. It seems unlikely that a culture that was advanced enough to alter a Stargate to match their aesthetic desires would do so, because they would have better things to do. But if there's a chance that this is representation of, who knows, an offshoot of the Alterans, or heaven forbid, some other descendant of the ancients, it would be good to know. And good to know if this is a one-off or a representative of a whole new class of gates that we haven't experienced. So do what you do. Look for evidence, take pictures, take samples, and then come back. I expect you to report in. Yeah, you depart at 0600. We expect you to report in on 6-hour shifts, and the mission duration, unless you receive orders elsewise, is 24 hours. So you have a relatively short window. But we aren't going to send you with full environment suits or any of that stuff, because it shouldn't be needed for a short trip. But if you run into a situation where you think you might need to stay longer, dial home, and we'll stock you up and potentially send in some support, because we don't know what kinds of nasty carcinogenic chemicals are floating around in the groundwater on this garbage planet. Now, do you have questions?
Many, but we don't have the answers yet.
Excellent. Well, the data that we've gathered is at your disposal. Feel free to do whatever research you would like to do. Our library is, at least the non-classified parts, and he looks at you very pointedly, are available to you as well. So familiarize yourself with any of the necessary material. Load up your pads with any data that you might require. Speak to requisitions if you feel like you need any unusual equipment. Other than that, report in when you have successfully gathered some evidence and let us know what's going on in that junkyard. Dismissed. And he, without waiting for it, you all to stand, just gets up and looks and probably casts a little look back over his shoulder. I have so many more important things to do than dealing with newbies that we're sending to a junkyard. I mean, it's interesting, but it's not important, you know? Cool. What do? You have overnight.
How much information did the probe or whatever
Malp
bring back?
So typical, background radiation, breathability of the air, temperature, presence of known pathogens. Okay. Just a general safety check. And it passed those, but barely, mostly because of the toxic and caustic chemicals. And I mean, there's probably more than healthy radiation. Like, you wouldn't want to live there long term. But it doesn't go into the requires hazard suits category. The visuals from the Malp are, I mean, it's a planet that someone crashed a bunch of spaceships and stuff into. So, and by a bunch, I mean a lot. Like, even with the low resolution coming from the camera on the Malp, you think, oh, well, this is a basin and people have, dropped some ships here to salvage. And then, maybe there's some mountains and hills and stuff in the background, but you zoom in. No, those are also ships and stations and structures that either because they were badly damaged or they've corroded from sitting here for however long, are somewhat unrecognizable. There are some, however, that are definitely go old. In various different states of disrepair. And others that you don't recognize, either because they're bits and pieces or because they're from unfamiliar cultures. I mean, I think it probably wouldn't be lost on Talvek that if there are active computer systems from unknown cultures, this could in fact be a treasure trove.
Yeah.
But as you would expect of a Tauri, it seems like they're mostly interested in power generation, security threats,
salvage.
Yeah. They're looking for trinkets when they have potentially, oh my God, we have an entire database from a culture that no one has ever heard of from 10,000 years ago. So I suspect that is what is on Talvek's mind. What is on everyone else's mind?
Mm-hmm.
Is Kelly excited to go to a garbage pit?
Well, Kelly's excited to play.
Sorry, Sky. Is Sky excited to put on the wellies and go wading through toxic waste?
No, Sky was just thinking about how it's not going to be great for her skin to wear the attire. It's going to be very clammy inside and just not going to be good.
Or you could not wear it and get a nice all over acid peel.
It did cross her mind, but then she remembered some of the studies from med school that she still remembers.
Right.
I mean, all of the studies from med school she still remembers.
Do you think Sky was a bit of a savant, like never really tried hard, but just kind of like the type of person who tests really, really well? Yeah.
Everything came easy. She came from money. It's just she's definitely just superior.
Yeah. And then just
fit right at home on this garbage planet.
Yeah. And then someone was like, you should come you should come to Cheyenne Mountain and check out this thing. And there's gates that travel between planets. And it's like, cool. And then you somehow wind yourself up in maybe 6 months from maybe like a boutique practice that was very profitable. Somehow you find yourself dealing with a bunch of aliens on a weird planet halfway across the galaxy, and Sky is probably fine with that. It's just like, I deserve this.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah.
What's
that palm reader said she didn't, that my future was out of this world, and she was definitely right.
It's true. What is Altec? What is your assessment of the mission at hand?
I think first off, Voltec is probably looking over the data or the video brought back by the MILF to see if there's anything that he can see.
You mean like actually doing your job? I love it.
Yeah.
We will get to that in one moment. So you actually go, well, let me actually look at this and try to learn something. I know Poe isn't thinking anything, but does Poe have a feeling? Is Poe like excited? Like if we were looking at Poe and the Brigadier General had just left after giving Poe this mission, what would we see on Poe's face?
Wouldn't have an expression, sort of ish, just kind of straight faced, in a sense.
Okay, so just like stone.
Yeah.
Is anything going on behind the eyes? Or is he literally just like, he's just now seeping in, oh, there's a mission. I wonder what it's about. Like, I'm just trying to get to like how out of it is he?
He's thinking that he needs to clean and make his weapons look nice and shiny.
Okay.
For the mission, which he is unsure of what it's about, but he knows important stuff was said. And they said a lot of words and stuff. And all he knows is make sure no one dies.
Make sure your guns are clean and presentable, well functioning, and make sure no one dies. And you probably want to impress these people, right? You want to look spick and span, you know. So you probably maybe you're thinking about spending some quality time with. Did we decide, or by we, you decided that your assault rifle is Tato or Tater? I think Tater. But anyway, did you have a nickname? Oh, no, sorry. No, it's your heavy pistol. It's Tater.
Yeah.
Your assault rifle is Tato. Your frag grenade is Tater Tot. And your combat knife is Peeler. So you were like the shrimp guy from Forrest Gump, but with potatoes. Is what you're saying.
Yep.
French fried potatoes, hash brown potatoes, in jacket, baked potatoes, mashed potatoes, sour cream and chive. That's what's going on in Poe's head. Beautiful.
He doesn't like mashed potatoes.
Oh, good to know.
He thinks they're weird. And he can't bring himself to eat like a whole potato, like a baked potato, or like those little baby potatoes that you sometimes has, because he just feels it's wrong, because he's Poe, his guns are Tato or Tater or even Tater Tots. It's weird. It's like, I can't do it.
All I can say is he better be great in combat. Because if he misses everything, it's like, why is this guy here? But he may be also a savant, really good at certain things and maybe not so great at others. But anyway, although to clarify, this guy is both a savant and a dilettante, which means kind of good at everything. Just like exceptionally good at medical stuff. Maybe not so much the bedside manner. We'll find out once someone gets something amputated or some sort of weird alien bug in them. A different weird alien bug in them.
Yeah. Okay.
Another one. Another weird alien bug. Cool. So Altec, you are looking to actually learn. So maybe this can be a perception seeing.
Okay. Give me a sec here. Okay, so I got doubles.
Oh, good.
My base was 12, 14, or 16 plus perception. 17 plus 2 for seeing is 19.
Yes.
And then the stunt was 6.
Oh my God. So like a stupidly good roll.
Yeah.
Okay. So let me address the basic results of the roll first, and then we can get into the stunts. I mean, you have really good visual acuity, but that's not the point. So do other people. because of your background and training, you are preternaturally good at picking out any sign of trouble or danger. So you notice something that probably other people saw, but like it just didn't flip that switch in their mind. It looks like a piece of the various kind of metallic technological rubble moves. Like, and maybe someone said, oh, it's settling or something like that. But the way it moves strikes you as wrong. You just feel that alarm feeling, like the hair on the back of the neck, because there's something about the way it moves that's wrong. So you're able to zoom in, and enhance. It's a creature. If it hadn't moved, you would have just thought that it was just a pile of junk.
Yeah.
But you can see that it is some sort of mechanical device or free moving construct that looks to be crawling through the wreckage. Not particularly large, smaller than the Malp. So, like dog sized. But it also does not appear to have a coherent design. It's asymmetrical. Parts of it are of different materials. I mean, it looks like a junk bot.
Interesting. So I'll probably tell Vec over. I'm assuming I'm looking at this on the hologram screen.
Yeah, it's up there, and you got a kind of a high tech iPad basically as you're like looking at and manipulating it and looking at closer readings, etc. You're all still sitting there because this is happening like in the 30 seconds after the general leaves.
I'm just looking, and then if they notice it too, that's on them. But yeah,
like throw it up on the main screen so everyone can see it.
Yeah,
I'm gonna guess Poe is thinking about hash browns or something, but everyone can see it.
That's good eyes.
Thank you.
What is it?
I do not know, but I have a weird feeling about it.
And we have to assume it's not the only one. That's not how these things work.
Yeah, especially considering how big the planet might be.
I wonder if it's a native or if it was on one of those ships that crashed. Can't imagine that it would be the constructor of such a pristine gate. Seems very haphazard.
Yes, I think we should prepare for it, but should include it as part of our investigation. Over there.
You mentioned that there were like Goa'uld ships.
Yes.
Or ships that resemble Goa'uld ships crashed here.
Both. There are ships that you can definitively say are Goa'uld ships, and then there are bits and pieces that look like they probably could have come from Goa'uld ships.
Okay. Do I have any capability to look at like Tok'ra records of like lost ships or could I try to like figure out like when these ships crashed from like or if I can pinpoint which ships are what? Like
so identifying individual ships would depend upon like transponder codes and things like that, which you're not currently getting. However, you could certainly make an intelligence history check.
Yeah.
Because at least many centuries of warfare between the Goa'uld and sabotage by the Tok'ra and war with the Tauri and their allies. And, so you can start to formulate some hypotheses on the basis of what you know, but you can't be like, oh, that was so-and-so's ship.
Well, right. It's just like this many ships.
Yes.
And they're all like a similar strata. Like it's not like they're buried underneath the bunch of the. Well, they might be, but
might be. You don't know how deep it goes.
But still, like that's a sizable amount of ships that were previously unaccounted for.
Yep.
So intelligence, history, which I do have a focus in. So
Beautiful.
that would be a +4. So a total of 15.
Beautiful. You are aware of a few battles between the system lords where a number of ships were left derelict, but if you assume that this graveyard extends further than the Malp's camera and start to do just a little bit of estimation in your head, it doesn't make sense. Like it's not like someone found a bunch of derelict Goa'uld ships and then somehow transported them, if there was a big battle that occurred near this planet, you probably would have heard about it. Okay. So your estimate on the basis of that roll is that this is a longer term endeavor than just salvaging a battle. Someone's been at this for a while and has, for whatever reason, been hauling ships.
Okay.
Here. Don't know from how far away, but it seems unusual.
Yeah, I share this information.
Cool.
Yeah, assuming it's not just the ships we can see. There's more here than a quick salvage.
Cool. Raboyo, you have a bunch of stunt points because this is all kind of happening simultaneously. So if you will look on our third tab, stunts, I'm going to call this an investigation, since you're literally investigating and putting some things together. So you have 6 stunt points, which means you can spend, the highest one that I've selected for this game is a 4 point. So you could buy any of those. So you could spend 1 to 3 stunt points for an aha, which is if you spend 1, I'll tell you 1 more thing, 2 more things, 3 more things. You could have a flashback that's like, oh, wait a second. This does connect with something that I experienced previously, to get more information that way. You can just get a feeling that you couldn't possibly have deduced or detected, but just like an internal intuition. You could, Lucky Break is kind of tough in this scenario, and it's a little bit more like laying the ground for a future discovery, or down the rabbit hole, which is there's a brand new lead that will lead you to even greater rewards or danger or both. So which one do you want to pick? You've got 6 points to spend. You can't possibly spend them all.
I think down the rabbit hole sounds good.
Cool. Okay. The highly compressed quaternary data signal. You have it's kind of a combination. Like you have an intuition. So you check to see if there's any correlation between the location and movement of that construct and the strength and directionality of the data signal. And they overlap perfectly. So you do a quick, and you're by no means a technician or data scientist or whatever, but you do just a quick 2 + 2 = 4. That object is connected to a network, which is a very advanced network. There's massive data flowing between it and whatever other nodes exist on the network. And it's literally a dog-sized pile of garbage. But it is consuming and transmitting on, like, it's using a lot of bandwidth for something that's small and garbage looking.
Yeah, so I'm going to share that information because obviously I don't really know much about what to do with it.
Other than hide from it, kill it.
Could it be an extant replicator? With that sort of system, that's the first thing that springs to my mind.
It does not look like a replicator for sure.
No,
although replicators can appear.
Replicators.
Yeah.
There have been different forms of replicators even in our history. So I'm not ruling it out yet, as much as I want to.
Well, there's one way to rule it out.
Mm-hmm.
Go and whack it with a stick.
Yeah, and then if it
Come on, Poe.
chops you up into teeny tiny pieces and uses you to build more of itself, then it was a replicator after all. I will say that through the various different conflicts and interactions that SGC and Atlantis have had with replicators, the data signal is not similar.
Okay.
It's a different protocol, but they also evolve. So it is a valid concern, but there's no evidence beyond the obvious and valid concern to support the hypothesis.
Understood.
So, well, Alltech has done a very good job, I think, of bringing some additional clues to light so you don't walk into a potentially very bad situation completely unprepared, which is what Alltech does. So good job, Raboya. With this information in hand, and I'm going to say you maybe spend a bit together kind of scrubbing through the data that you currently have to the point where you are fairly confident that you've uncovered every useful bit of information that you're likely to uncover. Is there anything that you would like to do to be better prepared? Or are you just going to go get a nice, have a tater tot hot dish and get some rest and show up bright and early at 0600 and go and see what's waiting for you?
Sky needs her beauty sleep.
Okay.
I'm a little concerned that the barely tolerable atmospheric readings may get worse further from the gate. So probably going to prepare some things for that eventuality, like anti-radiation pills or like masks and stuff.
Yeah. And as I said, I mean, you'll be kitted out with gas masks and breathers and things like that just in case. So maybe you spend some time familiarizing yourself with the equipment. And so you'll have some hazard gear. They're just not going to send people in hazmat suits because the readings don't support that, and you're going to have a hard time exploring anything if you're in a full protective suit.
Okay.
But you can certainly requisition just in case. You can share your concern, and the quartermaster will gladly allocate hazard suits to you.
Yeah. Just in case we need it, like on standby.
Yep.
They said to radio back if we needed anything. So
yeah, and it might as well take it with you when you go.
Just, prepare.
Anything else, particularly given your submission, your suspicion that there might be replicators or something similar involved?
This
But
that I don't remember. Is there anything good against replicators?
Potentially EMP,
Mm-hmm.
especially if it's more rudimentary, and it certainly appears to be. But EMP is pretty good against a lot of mechanical things.
Yeah. I think considering the mechanical nature of the object that we saw, might be good to have at least that packed away too.
So, what effect are you looking to produce? Because there are a variety of technologies that can generate EMP at a variety of scales and intensity. So you could take an aqua reactor with you and generate a really massive EMP with that, if you'd like to talk to the quartermaster about doing that. Or it could scale down to something as simple as like an EMP grenade. And anything in between.
I recommend against the larger scale ones. We don't want to damage any of the information that may be on the ships.
Yes. So something relatively confined. Well, and there are other weapons that, could be fabricated. Weapons and devices that could be fabricated. So like an EM pulse rifle is a thing. But they aren't standard, especially since there hasn't been a replicator problem in a while. But yes, on your recommendation, Poe will be allocated 5 EMP grenades. They do not damage. They don't do damage to anyone. So your roll Poe with those. So just add it to note that you have 5 of them. That make it so you can take them off in case you use them. The attack roll is the same. So you're just rolling those, whatever 3d6 plus whatever, target number 11, I think, to see if you hit where you're supposed to hit. But they do damage exclusively against active electronic systems. Disabling, scrambling, disabling, destroying, depending upon the amount of damage and any resistance that the object or device has. So
I would like to request a mobile, transportable Faraday cage. Just in case.
Okay, yeah. Easy enough. I mostly want you guys to gear yourselves up like trash witches from Labyrinth. It was like hauling massive amounts of equipment into the swamp of despair. So
just, that sort of thing might come in handy if it is if a larger EM pulse is required. We don't want to fry our own stuff.
Yes. And I'll say big enough that you can load up your sensitive equipment. So sensors, pads, that kind of stuff.
Yep. Or potentially to take a sample of one of these things and maybe cut it off from the quaternary system, quaternary signal.
Cool.
Just multiple uses, fairly easy kit.
Yep. Easy enough. So we'll say it's the size of a dog crate, but not like massive, and collapsible. So it's pretty heavy, but it's like in a big steel case that you can open it up and fold it out. So in just in a couple of minutes, so beyond something you can do just like in an action in combat, given a couple of minutes of prep time, you can set it up.
Perfect.
Cool. So make that note. Anything else that anyone needs to? I mean, you're bringing like radiation pills. I'm sure Sky has that covered.
Poe is going to do his nightly workout routine before going to the firing range to get some last minute practice in, and then getting up bright and early.
Oh, good. So Poe clears his mind well, clears it more with some nice physical exercise and some wonderful, I'm sure very accomplished shooting at the range. We'll see how well you do when the real thing happens. Cool. Anyone else? Alltech, Sky, anything you want to do to prepare yourselves?
If I remember right, I think my symbiote kind of deals with radiation.
Yeah.
Just passively, so
yeah.
I don't think that's going to be an
The pills
issue.
aren't for me.
Yeah.
Just a point of like clarifying for my own sake.
Yes.
When I see weapon and I see staff weapon, is it one of those staff weapons that like you press a button and it opens up and fires? Okay.
It's the Jaffa staff weapon.
Awesome. Okay, thanks.
Which, I mean, you're just going to kill everything with it.
Yeah.
It is the exact opposite of Talvek. And they're like, I just want to shock you a little bit. So Talvek has a Zetnik Tel. Alltech has a staff weapon. Poe has everything. And Sky, I think you just have a heavy pistol. Which you're okay with. You're okay at using it, but you're not a markswoman by any means. But you're required to carry a sidearm. Cool. Yes.
I think other than packing just for normal missions, which would be just like packing rations, clothing, so forth.
Like maybe more things like weird, like kind of homemade looking bandages and like food pack, like a little like you're going on a survivalist weekend, even though there's like MREs and there's all this fancy stuff. Like you're going to be kitted out for every eventuality. And yet Alltech has, is it just out of abundance of caution, or is there an almost superstitious element to, superstitious or ritualistic element to Alltech's preparations for potential trouble?
I think normally my baseline would be like just normal preparedness, but because I saw the creature and it kind of threw off some instincts a little bit, I probably pack a little more just in case. So.
Okay. Yeah. So if you like something that you could use to improvise a weapon if you needed to, or turn it into a trap, or just your bits and bobs that help you feel more prepared and more protected, even if in reality you're probably going to be covered. Sky.
Yeah.
Did you have a thing?
Yeah. Sky just gets ready like normal, but she has to take some time aside. She can't believe what her mother just told her. She has to remove her from her daily updated will Sky keeps.
Okay.
How dare her mom say she's not looking good in summer colors? That's just so inaccurate.
Cool. So you change the beneficiary on your life insurance and update your will, and then go to the general counsel here at Phoenix Command and say, "Can you do this for me?" And they're like, I mean, people do that sometimes after they're going on dangerous missions, is update their directives, but it's very odd for like high urgency. I need to disown my own mother. So yeah, you're getting a reputation. That's fine. That's what they're here for.
And it's a well-earned reputation.
Okay. Well, we'll see. All right. Unless there's anything else, 0600 rolls around. You've had time to wake up, catch breakfast, shower, suit up, gear up, and show up at the gate room. The gate room here is, again, makes the one under Cheyenne Mountain look very rudimentary. First of all, because there's an intact DHD here. And it's a fusion of advanced advanced human technology and some of your non-human friends. So it is cleaner. It's more wide open. And it's really just a matter of showing up, any last minute orders, little bit of inspection, and waiting for your window. There are currently, make sure I've got my numbers right. I think there are currently 8 active teams, Phoenix 1 through 8, and then a whole bunch of ancillary missions. But these are the primary kind of exploratory and diplomatic teams that are currently in rotation. There's a staff of probably about 1,000 here at the Phoenix site, so it's a pretty active spot in terms of how frequently teams are sent out. So yeah, you probably see, we'll say that Phoenix 3 returns. Kind of everyone thinks Phoenix 3 is really cool because a lot of what they do, they can't talk about. And they're the Black Ops Green Beret cool guys, you know, who can like kill you with a match. They're a little, and it's guys and gals and non-binary pals and aliens, right? So, but there's a little bit of a tight sort of cool camaraderie, a lot of in-jokes. They're the folks that the noobs kind of see walking down the hall. It's like, oh God, I wonder what they did this time. They can't ever talk about where they're going to go next. Folks that are very adventure-minded sort of aspire to maybe one day I'll get to go on a supporting mission with them and see them in action because I've heard that they're really, really awesome. I don't know if like Talvek feels that way because you have a slightly different orientation towards violence than some others. Poe probably just thinks they're nice people. And you probably like that they're capable, but my guess is that Poe is maybe not a super curious person.
Nope. He probably wonders why they can't talk about things. Like, if someone's like, oh, I can't talk about it, it's like, well, why can't you talk about it? It's just so easy. You just say words. That's all you gotta do.
And then that person reminds you, it's like, yeah, but there are things that are classified. Oh, that's right. So you don't mean you can't talk about it. You mean you're not supposed to talk about it. Okay.
Exactly.
Wow. I don't think Poe actually would have passed like the baseline intelligence exam to be in the military.
Do you have an uncle that's a general or something? Like,
or maybe did you have an injury that resulted in the way you are now?
I think his father was military.
Okay, so you were a legacy at West Point or something, and just somehow you wound up here. Maybe because maybe you were stationed on, on a destroyer or a submarine or whatever, and your commanding officer there was just like, I can't with this guy. Really nice guy, but seriously. And they're like, oh, we have a spot. We just need someone who can shoot well and is big and can protect people and doesn't ask a lot of questions and isn't going to freak out because of stuff like aliens. Like, this guy isn't even going to realize it's aliens, so he's perfect. Okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yep.
All right, so this is probably when Jace Creed, as an NPC, makes an appearance. So this is Discount Daniel Jackson. This is like ultra nerd, very, very competent, Tolan woman. So has a fine understanding of physics as it relates to wormhole, Stargate technology, faster than light travel, etc. So definitely someone who gets the way that the galaxy works technologically quite well, and is a linguistics expert and understands anthropology. Has got a bit of a polymath, and probably also a little insufferable as a result. So maybe a little bit full of herself, which I'm sure she and Sky get along very well as a result. But she will handle your briefing and just kind of bumble over to you and say, oh, SG5. Sorry. SG. Phoenix 5. Yeah, I'm sorry. I have been back at Stargate Command for a while now. Yeah. So you're going to go to the place with the novel Stargate, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Whatever it is, PZ something. I don't know why we don't just give these things name. We're calling it the Junkyard. So, yeah. So I definitely am super curious. So please, number one, take high resolution photos of the script on the Stargate and the DHD. Any other scripts that you find, any cultural artifacts. I mean, ideally, if you can return those to me so I can examine them. Anything else
Absolutely.
anything else that might, indicate the culture that is responsible.
Mm-hmm.
Anything
and the not replicator too.
The not replicator?
Oh, there's in the video feed that was returned, Ultec actually spotted it. There's a replicator adjacent mechanical construct on
Show
the
me.
surface. Sure. Pull up the video of it and point it out.
That's just like I see what you mean.
It is connected to a highly compressed quaternary signal that spans a massive amount of bandwidth.
I mean, okay.
It is a small piece in the larger system. So not a replicator, but adjacent.
Okay.
Potentially.
Well, maybe potentially hypothesis, whatever. But not a replicator. I think you had me really worried there for a second. Okay, so not a replicator.
I said not.
Well, but you said replicator, but not replicator. You said replicator like a lot. I kind of lost track of the qualifiers around it. All I heard was replicator, and I was getting a little bit worried. But so not a replicator. Got it. Okay. Whew.
I apologize.
No worries. It's fine. Yeah. Well, I don't know. Maybe see if you can get information from it. I mean, it might be interesting to the tech geeks, but I'm more interested if it has writing on it, or if you can find out maybe who built it, and are those the same? Yeah, and are those the same people who built or modified or whatever that gate? Because it's of a really unusual design. I'm guessing that it probably is significantly more energy efficient, just given the size. And I'm not sure about the material. I've never seen that particular color and sheen on a gate before. So we might be looking at, I don't know, right? I would really love to go with you, but I am 100% allergic to 18 of the compounds that are pervasive in that environment. And when I say allergic, I mean anaphylactic shock allergic, not just sniffles. So I can't go. And I don't think you want me to go with you in a hazard suit, because I'll just slow you down. So you guys are going to be my eyes, ears, fingertips, nose, tongue. I don't care. I mean, maybe don't taste things there because it's probably poisonous, but your job is to feed me data and information so I can figure this out, because this is potentially really awesome. Or not.
Well,
we'll see.
Well, a mind like yours shouldn't be wasted. Have you considered potentially bonding with a symbiote? There's a whole program that may help with your allergies.
Strangely, I have. But I also like being able to travel freely and go home occasionally, and having the full trust of the base commander. I mean, no offense, but I mean, our people have a long and not entirely smooth, but a long and well-established partnership. But I think you'll agree that I mean, I might have a hard time going home and hanging out with my friends at the movies, or giving lectures at the Smithsonian. Well, I guess I'm Tolan, so I'm not going to Earth. Well, what I'm saying. I might have a hard time because not everyone is in love with the the Tok'ra part of the Tok'ra.
Well,
You know what I'm saying? But yes, I've thought about it.
You a different perspective.
Yes. And maybe someday. Cool.
Anyways.
You have everything you need. Okay, cool. We are 3 minutes from go. So I guess make your way to the staging zone. I know the general will have told you, wait 6 hours and check in, but literally if you see anything super interesting, don't hesitate to dial back and let me know. Like, even if you see if you got like a really cool, like if there's an obelisk and it has a bunch of writing on it, don't wait, just send it back.
Very well.
And then if you get in trouble, tell them I told you to. Maybe. It'll probably be fine. I mean, it's not like you'd be grounded for breaking protocol. I mean, you might be, but it's worth it. All right. Well, good luck. And she will just, kind of bumble on back to go look at some screen and do something completely different. All right. Well, SG3 has cleared the area, and very soon we are dialing into P4Z135. The very familiar kind of low clanking and grinding, the whooshing, the special effects of the water explosion, and then the solid kind of rippling of the event horizon. I mean, everyone's been through a Stargate before, because you would have had to have been to get here. I mean, I guess you could have come on a ship, but we'll just say that you've all been through. For whom is this one of the first times that you've been through a Stargate? Do you think?
I nominate Sky.
Yeah.
Right? Like, because it's been established that they came from Earth recently.
Yeah.
So
Sky.
And also, without anyone noticing, I've put on my sunglasses.
Okay. The one thing that you learned from the Tauri is you really like sunglasses. You like the way they look.
Yes.
So Sky,
especially for jumping.
Perfect. How do you feel, given that this is maybe your second or third time? Well, it would have to be third because you wouldn't transit directly from Earth to the Phoenix site. But this is like maybe your second real time traveling via Stargate. What does Sky think and or feel?
Oh, I think. Okay, she had to go.
AFK. Cool. We'll come back to that. So Sky is dumbfounded, or probably gets up close. It's like, I wonder if I can see myself in the reflection. Oh, I can't. Oh well, let's go. So, one by one, you step in across the event horizon and feel that momentary deep disorientation and cold. Which, if I'm not mistaken, they stopped referencing. Like, people stopped showing up with ice crystals and stuff on them after like season 1 or 2. But we'll say it's still cold. And you rematerialize somewhere many light years away. Your entire vision is very lightly obscured by sort of an orangish haze. There is an immediate scent of rust and mud and gunk and complex hydrocarbons and just nastiness that assaults your nose and like stings a little bit, and like maybe your eyes start to, like, if you're particularly sensitive to it, your eyes start to water a bit. You're tempted to like breathe through your mouth so you don't have to smell it, but like it tastes worse than it smells. It's just a weird metallic chemically funk to the air.
I would have thought that we had masks on at this point.
You certainly may. It's not required. Nothing in the reading suggests that you are at any danger if you don't have breathers. I'm narrating that it doesn't smell pleasant, but I mean, the readings that you're getting, like you can, pull out an atmospheric sensor and check it. And, the parts per million of a variety of different, atmospheric contaminants are higher than you would want for healthy long-term living. But you can confirm the MALP readings immediately that there's nothing here that's going to immediately cause any kind of disability or long-term ill effects, particularly not for Telvec and Ultec, because your symbiote can help filter out anything that makes it into your bloodstream and can rapidly repair any damage to your mucous membranes or lungs or whatever. Poe and Sky probably do a little... The atmospheric oxygen is a little bit lower than you would like, but it's just an equivalent of being kind of at high altitude. And you've got, certainly Sky has oxygen supplement in case anyone needs it. But anyway, you have confirmed that you are not in any immediate threat as the event horizon closes and you get your first up close look at this novel Stargate. It is, in a word, elegant. Ever so slightly silvery. It is refined. It is obviously, it doesn't deviate in any significant way from the core Stargate design, except in its aesthetics and just the sort of general feel that it gives. Somewhat minimalistic. There's nothing particular about it that tells you this, but I think for everyone but Poe, it just feels advanced somehow. It looks shiny and clean and new and slick. And you've seen ancient technology that is very advanced, but that has a certain feel to it. And this doesn't feel like that. Perfect. It's the J.J. Abrams Stargate. Like there's a little bit of unnecessary lens flare. It's recognizable as what it is, but it's like upgraded for a new cinematic experience.
Okay. Well, first thing, I would check the DHD. Just make sure it's still you can fiddle with it, open it up a little.
Yeah.
See if the internal components match DHDs or if this is a reverse engineered thing from another.
Okay. You're going to crack open the DHD. That can't possibly go wrong. Yeah. All right. So I think, let me open up the darn thing again. I think I would like you to give me an intelligence ancient technology.
I don't have ancient technology.
So just intelligence.
So it's just intelligence.
Do you have, by any chance, any talents that apply?
I have talent, knowledge.
Yep. Which can apply to one of your knowledge focuses. So it could apply to history or symbiote knowledge. And in this case, I think it applies to...
Okay.
Or you have a power called symbiote knowledge, or symbiote skills, rather, that you can activate to temporarily gain the relevant focus for a role. Narratively, you're tapping into the knowledge of the symbiote and working together on a task. You can certainly do that, and it's reasonable that a Tok'ra would have at least a passing familiarity with systems, certainly more than the host would know.
I would like to do that.
Cool. And this lets us figure out how powers work. Yeah.
I need to roll 3d6 plus 4 and get a 9 or better.
Yeah, your target number is 9. This is not hard to activate. So in most cases, there's a test to activate a power. This system, by the way, you can do superpowers and you can do magic. Modern age, you can put a bunch of stuff in. The powers are limited here because not a lot of people have, extra human powers, but the Goa'uld certainly do. So yes, roll your test versus your target number, spend the requisite power points. You have 15. Take a minor action, and then you may make your intelligence ancient technology roll as if you had the ancient technology focus.
Cool. Well, I got doubles.
Ooh.
But that's 5 plus
4.
4. Okay,
It's 9.
So 9. I just barely passed, but I do get doubles.
Cool. Let's see. I didn't put the. I did. It would cause a power stunt. Cool. We can just. I don't have it on the list. It'll only cost you 1 power point. That'll be the benefit of the stunt.
Okay.
You can spend that 1
Okay.
to reduce the cost of the power spend.
Cool. So now I have a temporary focus in this, and I can roll intelligence with a focus.
Yes.
Cool. Would that then mean that my talented knowledge applies?
Yes.
Doubles again.
Ooh.
So 9 plus 4, so 13.
Okay.
With 5 stunt points.
5 stunt points. So this is going to be investigation.
Okay. Would Lucky Break apply? I'm trying to learn more about the people that modified this, or how they modified it, or their culture through their craft, like that sort of thing.
Yes.
I don't really know which one to spend.
I can tell you right now it'll be history. So on some future test, I'm going to treat history, if it was relevant, even though it's not something you should know. So it is more or less I have a line of inquiry in mind for which your knowledge of history would not be directly relevant and therefore probably wouldn't count. But when we get to that point, you will be able to use history as if it was the relevant focus, because that's the one that makes the most sense of your foci.
Yeah. Okay.
Cool. So maybe maybe you just have some sort of your experience of digging into this device. It's like you're picking up clues and maybe like subconsciously starting to put some things together or formulate an impression or a hypothesis that you're not quite consciously aware of. Mm-hmm. Or maybe it's the symbiote that's having kind of a little bit of there's something here, I can't quite put my finger on it, but I don't have fingers because I'm a worm. Whatever its internal space is, I kind of want to enslave everybody again because it's really nice. As Tok'ra do.
That was really fun that one time.
Right? Remember that one time when we kind of ruled the galaxy and everyone thought we were gods? Yeah. So you don't break it and you get some useful information. And I spend a major bane to activate a unexpected and at this point unknown negative consequence, because that would be fun. Mm-hmm. Yeah, because why not? So, yes, you open it. It takes you a minute to. Oh, you're used to like the standard kind of access hatch on the kind of base model DHD, but you find one and you open it up and you're looking for the control crystals. Nope.
Yeah, just to get the general layout of like the internal workings of this thing.
It's like 3 wires and a weird kind of crystalline orb.
So completely alien.
It's not, it does not look like it was reverse engineered.
Okay.
And the crystal orb thing appears to be like it's probably both power source and processing. Like a self-contained, self-powered supercomputer.
I take photos of everything.
Yeah.
And I know that our scientist Jace wants us to report back as soon as we find something fascinating, but I'm gonna hold off.
Right.
Give a little bit more time because we literally just landed. But yeah, while Talvek was opening this thing up, his eyes flashed just barely a couple times as he was accessing all the centuries of knowledge.
Yep. I'm sure Ultec caught that. Because that is I think Ultec's, tell me if I'm wrong, but Ultec's instinct is that when someone's eyes flash or their voice changes, that's danger time. Even though you know that Talvek is working with you, it's like I know this snake isn't going to bite me, but it's still a snake. It's that kind of almost instinctual thing. Right.
Yeah. I don't have anything specific about it, but I'd assume with like all my training and so forth that I'd probably notice it.
Oh yeah. I'm just saying narratively you were in line of sight and you saw it, and it might be out of the corner of your eyes, but because you're, a survivor, you noticed it, and probably that drew your attention to whatever nerdy stuff that Talvek is doing with this DHD.
Yep.
So let's the camera is watching this happen with Talvek, and then you respond in the background, and then we pull focus, and now we're focused on Ultec. What is Ultec doing?
Well, I'd assume that Talvek knows what he's doing right now, so I probably wouldn't be focused too much on him, even though his eyes did flash. So I would be mostly trying to scout like good cover points.
Okay. So just making a tactical assessment, trying to put yourself in an advantageous position, just in case you're ambushed.
Yeah.
Cool. How about let me look at your skills and talents. I think because tactical awareness doesn't really. I think it's going to be perception seeing.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, narratively, you're applying your tactical awareness and experience to it, but it's really I think the appropriate test is perception seeing.
Okay. Well, I got doubles. 4.
So many stunts.
5. So I got 7, and my stunt is 1.
Okay. The appropriate spin for that is really aha, because that's or flashback. Your choice. You can aha for an additional piece of information, or you can have a flashback to something this reminds you of.
Let's do aha.
Okay. So this area is reasonably clear. I mean, it's not like any of these hulks was crashed or placed like directly on top. And it looks like the area reasonably close to the Stargate. Although there's a bunch of detritus around, either it's been picked over or was intentionally kept free of larger chunks. So it's more like what you'd expect from a true rubbish heap. The closest kind of bit of Starship is probably about 100 yards away. And then the density rapidly increases. So you're getting chunks, whole ships, whole kind of shuttle and transport sized ships. And then further away, the ships tend to get larger. But then again, there's also like pieces. You can't quite tell the type or the original size of the vessel or station or space-based weapon, or some of these could even be buildings. It's hard to know. But you're looking for, defensible positions, and there aren't that many options because you're in a bit of a wide open, but there's enough just detritus that if you needed to, you could dive behind a pile and gain a decent amount of cover. The additional thing that you notice is that, and it takes you a few minutes because there's, standing pools of yellowish liquid with kind of a weird swirly green scum on top. There's some sort of faintly wiggling fungal mats here and there that seem to be thriving in this kind of toxic environment. So there's a little bit of life. But you maybe scout out a little bit further so you can hop on a chunk of a thruster and get a little bit more of a bird's eye view. There are paths everywhere.
Huh. Okay, so once I've noticed those, I'll probably climb down off the thruster and go back over toward Talvik, see how he's doing.
Talvik has just started to put the access panel back together.
Yeah.
Can't find the screw because, of course, IKEA furniture.
There's no screws. But the reason it took you so long was that you were actually looking for some sort of mechanical.
Let me guess. It's actually magnets.
Right. It's actually just magnetic. You're like, oh crap. Cool. Okay. So Sky has gotten over the coughing fit that you experienced when you first stepped into this toxic environment. Has pulled out the compact mirror and making sure that everything's okay. So you're in this toxic junkyard environment. You have the readings that, although it's not a healthy environment, you have confirmed the MALP readings that there's nothing that is of immediate threat to your health and well-being. So what is Sky doing while Talvik fiddles around in the DHD, and while Oltek kind of scouts around the perimeter trying to get a better sense of the defensibility of this location? What is Sky doing?
I would suppose that Sky is trying to be prepared for anything that could come from this. So trying to, plan ahead, which is an oddity for Sky, but in these situations she does her best and tries to get as many scenarios that could happen and be prepared to, help in those situations.
Cool. Do you want to maybe assess the scenario? I think particularly since we've established that there's some beyond microbial, there's some macroscopic life. So maybe the thing that you can do is assess biological threats.
Yeah.
Biological threats and resources, and just kind of learn more about the potential environment by making an intelligence biology check.
Okay. And I have biology and I have intelligence. So
Yep.
it's +4 and +2, and I roll my dice. Okay, I got doubles. So that was 11 plus 6, 17,
Ooh, yes.
with 5 as my stunt dice.
Okay. So you generate 5 stunt points. This is another investigation test. So on the stunts tab, if you look in the green column, those are the ones that are available to you. You can do all of them. Or sorry, you can pick any of them because you generated enough stunt points to buy any one of them, including the level 5 one. But your choice. Think about that. I'll tell you what information you get beforehand. So this mat that you had thought maybe at first was fungal is a little bit more unusual than that. So it is an extremophile. It is, if this were on Earth, it would be very, very ancient. So like some of the first life forms that, appeared around geothermal vents in the ocean, before life began to diversify into the families that we're familiar with. So this is a very rudimentary or ancient form of life that just seems to have colonized some gunge. You can deduce that it's probably metabolizing like heavy metals and hydrocarbons. It's a very unusual form of life. What would you like to use the stunt for?
Down the rabbit hole?
Okay. Sure. I will give you a yes. The more you're thinking about, oh well, if this was on Earth, it would be this. By this point, the Tauri have found signs of microbial life in other parts of the solar system. And while you don't have the facility currently here while you're on a mission to sequence it, you're just documenting what you're able to scan, its visual appearance, and making some deductions about what its life cycle and respiration might be, what its energy cycle might be. You think it might be very, very similar to, if not identical. Like, you have the feeling that if you were to take this back to the lab and do a genetic sequence, that it would be remarkably similar, like way too similar to some of the primitive life that is quite familiar from Earth. Which is odd.
And I think Sky would agree with that. Yeah, this is like so similar to like Earth stuff. I mean, I think we are onto something here. There's some connection. And then Sky goes into more details, but in Sky's language.
Right. So in Sky's head, it's like, oh, this reminds me of a study that was done by Dr. Yakamoto. And, when we found, when this thing discovered that asteroid and it had the precursors to DNA and RNA in it and, all the science stuff, but it comes out your mouth like, oh my God, this is like super similar.
Yeah. And
okay,
she
great.
tries to, make it like intelligible for the layman, which is obviously very not smart people.
Got it. Yeah, Talvek is definitely not smart.
No one's as smart as Sky.
This is what we call Tauri-splaining.
Yes,
Um,
exactly.
Wait, we're on Earth?
Oh, man.
Man, Earth has changed since the last time I was here.
Oh my god, do you think this Stargate took us through time?
What time is it?
Like, I don't know. No, it's still 7:30, so it's fine.
Is there a large statue of a woman carrying a torch half buried underneath? No? No? Okay.
Although, well, maybe, right? I say no, and then you look around the corner. Oh my God, it is. You blew it all up. You damn dirty apes. All right. No, this is not, this is Stargate, not Planet of the Apes.
Gotcha.
Charlton Heston is not right around the corner.
I had to check.
Although that would be a fun crossover. Maybe next time. Cool. But yes, it's a biological oddity. But what's odd about it, and this is just suspicion, you'll have to validate with some research in the lab. But it might have originated on Earth. Or it could just be convergent evolution. But you're familiar, at least to some degree, with primordial life forms that have arisen spontaneously on various different planets. They all certainly share similar characteristics, and convergent evolution is the thing. But it's maybe a little bit more similar, at least at first blush, than you would have expected, particularly for being literally on the other side of the galaxy. So,
I mean, like, I know what this means, but like, Talvek, what do you think it means? Just because I want to know if you know. Because I know.
Do any of these ships appear to be Tauri in origin? Perhaps this Gunge is from your planet.
no.
I mean, what was it, narrator? What did you say, narrator?
I said no, they don't.
I mean, no. Close, though. I don't know.
Have you tried talking to it? You seem to speak a similar language.
Poe, they're talking about a plant. It could be a garden. Maybe your gardening skills are required in this moment.
Oh.
I mean, it's not a plant, but it looks kind of like moss or something, so.
And poke it?
Yeah. With what?
Finger?
With your finger. All right. Well, the good news is that you're suited up, and your armor, your combined armor and toughness are enough to soak the little bit of burny owie acid that it would have done. Because I assume you're not taking off your glove and touching it with bare flesh, unless you are.
I mean, Sky has this planned, like, has the med kit ready.
No. He doesn't think, but he wouldn't think to do. Yeah, no, he keeps it on.
Okay, it keeps going on. So I just kind of like pokes at it and it sinks in, and then you pull your glove back and there's a sizzle as the microbes begin to digest elements of the combat armor glove that you're wearing. It's not a very nice plant, apparently.
No.
Meanwhile, Altek looks or notices that happening and takes off his sunglasses just as beams from the Stargate hit against it to shine over there because, of course, lens flare.
Yeah, oh, yes. Or the orange haze of the atmosphere opens up, and the kind of the dull red dwarf sun shines through a little bit to create a little bit of lens flare, a little CSI moment. Sure.
And he looks over and goes, "What are you doing?"
Everyone looks at Poe.
Was that? Yeah.
I mean, I could have found a stick for you.
Oh yeah, maybe not sticks because you're not seeing any trees, but there's a lot of stuff you could have poked to,
or a rock or
Yeah.
piece of metal.
Yeah, for sure. That's fine. No harm, no foul.
People said my sister has a green thumb, so I thought maybe I had a green thumb too, and poked it.
Yeah, and now it's just kind of a yellow, smoking, slowly dissolving thumb.
Mhm.
Close. Cool.
This guy takes care of it.
Yeah, you've got it's not damaged. I mean, he is not hurt in any way, but I'm sure you have something to counteract the caustic nature. There's like a little spray or whatever, like the thing that you would do if you got it on your skin, just to keep it from eating through the actual armor itself. It doesn't. It's not like it's a highly concentrated acid or base, but because it is organic, it looks like it might just continue chewing until it eventually got through to the meaty goodness of the thumb. So it's probably best to take care of it. So good. Minor triage and medical treatment later. No harm, no foul. You're probably just going to need to have your glove repaired or replaced. So the immediate area seems to be secure. DHD gate is weird. DHD is very weird. You know that there are multiple complex pathways cutting through the wreckage near you. You know that there is a very primitive life form that appears to be thriving, or it appears to, I wouldn't say thriving, it appears to exist in this environment that is remarkably similar to some of the early life forms on Earth. What do you do? And you got lots of pictures for Dr. Chase.
During the whole triage, I probably told everyone, "Hey, by the way, I found some paths over here." So,
what do you do? We have many hours before, and basic things like setting up a base camp, stuff like that. Knowing that there's no immediate threat, you probably set up base camp there in that clear area nearest to the Stargate. So doesn't appear to be any reason to hide your presence unless you decide otherwise. But protocol does not require you to get away from the Stargate. So aside from the basics of that they never show on Stargate because it's boring, aside from that, what do you do?
do we want to report in, or do we want to go investigate some?
We still have time before our 6-hour check-in. Let's go on a hike.
Very well.
We don't see any of those robotic creatures.
Give me a perception seeing.
Okay.
Yeah, probably gonna look for that too.
Would you like to do it instead? Because pretty sure you're better at that than me.
Probably, yeah. What's that dice? 12.
And any, but no doubles.
Yeah, no doubles.
Okay, so I mean, you're gonna see anything that's obvious. No, you don't. You don't see any obvious moving creatures / constructs. you can go, and probably did go, to where you had seen, because the thing that you saw was relatively near to the gate because it was within clear view of the map. You go and look, and you can probably, it's hard to tell if anything's moved around because this place is a junkyard. But you think you can see a few signs where, like footprints, if you will, whereas kind of asymmetrical appendages pulled itself through the sludge.
I think I have some prints over here.
Well, that's not our primary objective. So let's just keep some awareness. Right? We need to figure out where these Naquita signatures are coming from.
Yes. If the direction you are facing when you exit the gate is north, then there are actually 3 signatures. 2 are, I mean, it's hard to tell closeness because you're really just picking up the strength. One is at about 1:30, one's at about 9 o'clock. And then somewhere at about maybe 2 o'clock, but much further away, or a much weaker source, but you're going to guess probably like significantly further away. So you're detecting 3 currently.
Okay. And the gate itself isn't one of the signatures.
Correct.
Gotcha.
It's not one of the unexpected extra ones.
Gotcha.
But you're going to estimate a couple of clicks in either direction, whichever way you wind up going. It's going to be a couple of clicks before you kind of into the area where you start to see larger and larger chunks of debris and even whole ships.
Well, I believe Poe is the ranking officer here.
I mean, in military hierarchy, sure. Oh yeah, who's the expedition leader?
I think it's Poe.
Really?
Oh, no.
Are you sure?
It's led by Tari. Poe is a staff sergeant. Everyone else has a lower whatever, and I'm just an attaché.
Yeah, so, I think you probably understand that, and how Poe got to be a staff sergeant, I don't know. But I think you probably understand that although a Tauri general administers the base and is in command of the overall expeditionary forces, that the mission specific roles and leadership on particular missions is something that's a little bit less hierarchical, particularly for science and exploration. A pure military or security team would probably be more regimented. So you can have Poe be your leader if you'd like. I'm just saying you don't feel like you need to maintain consistency with the fiction. So yeah. Who is your leader? Who's going to do the ultimate decision making about which direction you take, etc.?
You want me to be?
Once you'll tech to be.
I mean,
okay.
I'm more security, but sure, I can.
A Primtar leading the expedition.
Oh God. Beautiful. So, Ultec, which it makes sense. I mean, you're you know how to explore unexplored, the fringes of the galaxy. This is kind of, I mean, you've never been here before, but this is the type of environment that you are geared up to be successful in. So it makes sense that other folks would turn to you to see them safely through the various different hazards that might present themselves. So your choice, going to the northwest or the northeast.
So did I hear that 130 was the closest of the signals?
139 or the signals are roughly the same strength.
Okay.
and there's another faint signature, probably off at a greater distance at about 2 o'clock.
Okay, I'll probably head to the 131.
Okay.
And then see like how close we get to the 2 o'clock one.
Sure. It's potentially more efficient, so you can check out a couple of different sources. All right. So let's see how good you are at navigating your group without falling into holes or making things collapse upon them, otherwise getting the people in your charge killed. So I think that is probably going to be I think it's going to be intelligence navigation. Or intelligence, not navigation, because that's like with ships and things, but the equivalent focus, survival.
Yeah, I don't have anything with intelligence.
Nope.
So. Okay, I got doubles. So good. I got 16 with 6 as my stunt.
Ooh, which is pretty darn good, given that you're not necessarily the most rawly intelligent person. So this is one where I think we're actually, for the stunts, take a look at the exploration list.
Okay.
So, and these are largely scaling spends. So when a plan comes together as 1 through 3, session time is 1+. You can spend up to all of them. Pay dirt is another one where you can spend up to all of them. You still have to just pick one of them. And how I narrate this will depend upon the stunt that you choose, since it's pretty impactful which of these benefits or discoveries you are able to secure through your stunt.
I think it's Stitch in Time. Kind of sounds right for this.
Okay. Great. So how many are you going to spend?
Let's do 3.
Yeah, we can ignore. Go ahead.
Is there a reason not to spend all of them? Because you can't spend it on multiple.
True. Yeah, true. Might
as well spend all of them.
Yeah, sure. Let's go all 6 then.
And we'll ignore the advanced test portion because we're not going to do advanced tests. This is we're keeping as much as possible to the basic and cinematic elements. The rule system is kind of modular, and you can add a bunch of stuff on top of it. So yeah, so you will gain a +6 on your next test related to the process of tracking down and successfully navigating your way towards the source of Naquadah, the you presume active Naquadah reactor. So yes, you are able, again, just through your instinctual sense of the land, to work your way to kind of avoid, like maybe you're scouting ahead a little bit and avoid the muddiest areas, avoid the areas where you might have gotten bogged down. There's one area where it looks like, oh, this is perfect. Just kind of through happenstance, there's a relatively clear corridor. The wreckage is getting larger, a relatively clear corridor. And just instinctively, yeah, but that's going to be a dead end. So let's go around. So you certainly shave a number of minutes off of the journey by avoiding any ways of getting sidetracked or bogged down, and avoid any noticeable danger. So you find yourself, oh God, what are they called? I had this in my list. There is, all right, you come across just a big jumbled, almost a wall of jumbled bits and pieces. And you're kind of you're quite close to the signature now, like maybe a click away. And you're not quite sure what this wall is. But it does look, it's one of the first things that looks like it was intentionally piled up here. at some time in the past. And it's really only when you get next to a relatively unspoiled area of wing that you realize this is hundreds of death gliders. So they have the kind of forward swept and downward swept wings. You keep seeing this repeating pattern of curved metal. And eventually you come across one of them that's intact. It's like, oh, yeah, that's a death glider wing.
And they're stacked on top of each other like a wall.
I wouldn't call it stacked, more piled loosely. Like no one went to any effort, or no one or nothing went to any effort to build something that's like particularly structurally sound or aesthetically appealing. But it's unlikely that if these fell out of orbit, that they would have done so in one space so close together as to be literally stacked on top of each other.
They're not set up to be like a ladder.
Oh, you could certainly climb them, but they're not designed to be a ladder, or not stacked in such a way to make it easier to climb. But you could certainly climb up it.
Okay. Well, let's try climbing.
Okay. You want to see if you can get to an advantageous position and get a better sense of what might lie beyond?
Yeah.
Cool. Just you or anyone else?
I'd probably say, hey, you guys, hang back a little bit. Gonna try something.
Cool. Go ahead and give me a dexterity climbing check.
Okay.
I mean, you could argue for strength, but I think it's dexterity in this case.
Yeah. So I got doubles.
Man, so many stunts.
Let's see. 8 plus 1 is 9. And then 4 is my stunt.
Now this is related. So I'm going to say you add 6 to that.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So 9 plus 6 is 15.
So 15 plus how many stunt points?
4.
4. Okay. Well, tell me what you plan. It's again exploration. So tell me what you plan to spend the stunt points on.
Give me a sec.
I mean, I think
Maybe one of us is going to have trouble climbing this thing.
yeah.
So
Yeah, when a plan comes together, it might be a good one.
Yeah, that sounds like a good one.
Cool. So you will
So just
spend
reading through that.
spend 3 points on when a plan comes together, which grants an ally a bonus equal to the stunt points that you spent on their next test to do the same thing. So Ultek just very athletically and nimbly, it's almost like it is a set of steps, because you've already kind of intuitively mapped out not only the appropriate hand and footholds, but also, again, instinctively, like, well, that one's probably a little bit wobbly, that looks corroded. So you have charted the safest and most stable course up to the top. And you can see there is, in fact, a rough ring of death gliders and maybe, broken hulls of other types of ships that are surrounding a Hatak. Massive gold ship.
mm-hmm.
It is.
They're the ones that went on top of the pyramids of Giza.
Well, there's
Like
the pyramid.
the-
Yeah. It's the pyramid ship, and then there's the Hatak, which is actually, I think, it's the mothership.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's been a while. I just wanted to make sure that we have the same mental image.
Yeah. It's the one that has a pyramidal shape. It's not the one that's just a pyramid. So there's the pyramid ship that is just kind of a hollow pyramid that sits on top of that, like from the movie. The Hatak is that with a large kind of ring, like a 3-part, almost like a trefoil ring around it. So it's very, very large. It is like probably a quarter to a third of it is just crunched, jumbled mess. It's sitting at canted at a bit of an angle, but it's quite impressive, the size of this thing. and there is a clear ring of debris around it, and relatively clear area between that ring or wall and the ship itself.
And I'm assuming I brought up the sensor to figure out if that's where the signal's coming from too.
Yeah.
That is. Yeah.
Or Sky or Talbot can confirm. Yeah, for sure. So you're currently on top of this garbage wall, and everyone else is below. So who is going to go next to take advantage of the bonus on getting up this wall?
I'm assuming I'm yelling back down saying, there's a, what was it, Hatak?
Yeah.
Right. There's a Hatak over here.
That does appear to be the source of the active
That appears,
reactor.
yeah.
Would it be possible for Oltec to lower down a rope to help assist our climb?
Sure.
Like just to make it easier.
Yeah. Easy enough.
Yep.
That will adjust the difficulty. But still, the next person gets a bonus on their climb.
I think Sky should, because you have the lowest strength.
Dexterity.
Oh, this is a dex.
Yeah.
Okay. So still, I like either Poe or Sky then have lower dex
Cool.
than Talbot.
So who goes next? Talbot is like, one of you two should probably go.
Yeah. I've thrown down the rope.
This guy and Poe are just like, I don't know, man. Yeah.
I would be a gentleman and let the lady go up first.
Okay. So Sky, if you're not AFK, we're going to need you to make a dexterity climbing check, which just means a check against dexterity.
I think they're AFK.
Okay. Then it's going to be Poe.
Okay.
Sky says, "Oh no, that looks dirty. I don't want to get on it." So Poe has to go.
We'll just tie the rope to Sky.
Then you all fail and fall down and die.
Yeah.
Or you get tetanus and you die slowly.
So I roll the dexterity.
Dexterity climbing, you do not have climbing, so it's just a straight dexterity. So 3d6 plus 1.
Okay.
Well, isn't it +3 because of the bonus?
Oh, plus 1, then plus your 3. So yes, you're adding the 3 from Ultec stunt as well. So 3d6 plus 1 plus 3.
Oh, you said 3d6.
Yep. Always
I was
3d6
like-
plus 1 for your dexterity, plus 3 for the stunt benefit from Ultec's roll.
So the non-stunt dice are 6. The stunt dice is 5.
So you got double 6s?
No. Got
it.
The non-stunt
Yeah.
dice is a 5 and a 1. So
Got
the
it.
total is 6. And then with the stunt die, that would be
The only time a stunt die counts for anything other than just a regular die is when you roll doubles. Otherwise, you just total them all up. And well, you're still always going to total them all up, but it's just that one is special because if you get a double, then that one generates stunt die or stunt points. Otherwise, it's just 3d6, add them all up. So that was 11 plus, 5, 6, 6,
be
5,
15.
1. Yes, 5 plus 1 is 6 plus 6 is 12 plus 1 for your dexterity. Plus 3, so 16. Yeah.
No, I thought Sin rolled a 5, and a 1. So I thought
Yeah.
Oh,
you got fives, you got doubles.
Oh, you did roll doubles.
No, the stunt die was a 5, and one of the other dies was a 5.
yep, that's doubles.
That still counts as doubles.
Oh, okay.
Got it. Yeah, it doesn't. So the order of operations is like 1. What's my total? Because that's the kind of the base of like how successful you are. Then, are any of the die a double or triple? It doesn't really matter. If any of the die are double, then it's what's the value on the stunt die. because double means, okay, I stunted. How many points did I generate? That's the value of the special stunt die. So you got doubles, so double fives. So that makes it 11, 12, 13, 14. And you generate 5 stunt points because your stunt die was a 5. So what would you like to do? You can, may I suggest, you could just make it easier for Sky, right? So Sky's like, why don't you try it first? And then, but is paying attention and can apply that same benefit that you got from Altec's guidance. It's probably the easiest thing to do.
Okay.
Cool. All right. So Sky, Poe went ahead like a gentleman and demonstrated that it wasn't just luck, that there is a safe path. So now I need you to make a dexterity climbing check. 3d6 plus your dexterity, and then add 3 more for Poe's guidance. You guys are generating stunts on every roll.
12 plus 1 plus 3, 16.
Oh yeah, more than enough. Yeah, you are good enough at it that you don't even get yourself dirty. You don't rip your pants. So that was excellent. So now it is just up to Talvek not to fall and die. Impale yourself on the sharp wing tip of one of these death gliders.
Okay. So 14.
Okay. Yeah, it's maybe a little bit less elegant, but yeah, easy enough. So now we get a nice backlit or a nice rear shot of the 4 of you standing in a line on top of this junk wall with the still slightly golden canted tip of this, the pyramidal core of this hatak being side-lit by the orange glowing sky. Probably hands on hips, looking out beyond like the explorers that you are. Quite impressive. You can confirm that it is the source of the not going to power signal that you detected. And Talvek, it is also, there are a number of these highly compressed, very high bandwidth data streams that you are detecting.
It appears that there are more of those robots inside of this. It's or nearby, inside. Is it just a general location, or am I able to like pinpoint them now that I'm closer?
Think of it like a hub of a network.
Okay.
But you can't, but not like specific to like, oh, on this deck in the ship, there's a thing that's doing a thing. It's more like there's a lot of data streams that you go, or, signals, highly compressed signals that seem to be both originating from and pointed at the hatak.
Yeah. The Wi-Fi local signals are like at 3 parentheses instead of just 1.
Right. Yeah. It's like, oh man, I got 5 bars. That's great. Or 5 things. Yes. Cool.
I can call my mom.
Right. He's like, I almost said it. What was the name that we use for it? It's not. Hey Lexi. What's the weather? And then a little speaker pops up. Would you like to buy an umbrella? No, Lexi. Damn it! I just want to know what the weather.
Even with 5 bars.
Right. So what do you do? The backside or the interior side of this trash wall it's treacherous, but 1, coming down is easier than going up, and 2, it's more sloped. In fact, the hatak, probably maybe due to its impact, is in a bit of a depression. So think of the wall of garbage as a perimeter of a bit of a, I wouldn't call it a full crater, but as the lip of a bowl. So I'm not going to make you roll to see if you can climb down.
And how are we doing on time? Like, with the 6-hour check-in window?
I mean, you've been on planet for 45 minutes.
Gotcha. I
At
didn't know
max.
if the trek to here took a sizable amount of time.
It was just a couple of kilometers. And Alltech did a really good job of getting you there quickly and safely.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just making sure.
So call it like a 30-minute trek.
I'd probably take out some binoculars really quick just to look around, see if there's...
You didn't tell me that you packed them. You didn't say you were going to pack binoculars. You don't have them. No, it's fine. You have binoculars. It's fine. Perception seeing, please. I'm reducing the difficulty significantly because you're using binoculars.
Yeah, I just kind of assume they're always attached to my vest or something. That's 10... 13.
Cool. You zoom in. There are a number of variably sized and shaped constructs. There are small ones with multiple appendages that appear to be crawling over the hull of this attack. There are wheeled ones. There are bipedal and tripodal, various different styles of locomotion. There are even some that appear to have some sort of anti-grav technology. The ones that... A lot of them look piecemeal, of no particular design plan. There are a few, however, some of the... They're kind of like weird spider cuttlefish shaped. They are significantly darker in their material. They appear to have, like, as you're looking, you can see a lot of glints across their forward surface. You're guessing maybe lenses, and they seem to locomote through a variety of flexible appendages, a little bit tentacle-like. Those look designed. They're symmetrical. They do have a somewhat organic feel to them, but they're clearly not. But they stand out amongst the others. Most of theirs look, like junk bots. And then as you're looking, there are some that are a bit smaller that share a same kind of zoomorphic design, with like antennas and a few, you're assuming, optical sensors, various other kind of bulges or hemispherical bulges on their carapace, but they are more truly spider-like in design and appear to be like fully terrestrial in their locomotion, meaning they can only crawl on the ground. The tentacle ones seem to have some of that anti-grav technology.
And this is all hanging out like near the entrance to the attack.
There are a couple of think velociraptor, or like small-ish. Well, I guess velociraptors are relatively small. Some of them are like chicken size. They're significantly larger, but they're not like T-Rex size. But in the fact that they have two very large rear limbs, a kind of an oblong, rectangular main body, and then at least two, sometimes more, much smaller, finer, you assume, manipulator appendages, kind of hanging down from that main body. There are several of those, and there are a couple of bipedal humanoid shaped, quite large. Hard to tell at this distance, but you're going to guess maybe 10, 12 feet tall. They appear to be plated. Like many of these constructs are just like framework and tubes and stuff, and like just various different pieces of garbage. These look like they have had a shell affixed to them that you're going to guess, given your background, is defensive in nature. And while many of the others are kind of busy doing stuff you're not quite sure what, many of the smaller kind of crawling mechanisms appear to be focused on the hull of the Hatak. Not sure why. Or just crawling through the muck and refuse around. We'll say there's 4 of the large humanoid ones appear to be stationed at what you assume is a breach in the hull of the Hatak.
Okay, so I'm going to report what I see and be like, my instincts tell me this is going to be very dangerous, but what do you think? Should we introduce ourselves?
There's obviously some sort of structure here. It's not just animalistic intelligence. They're coordinating. I think communication is always a good first start.
Cool.
Okay. Did we bring anything to actually like try to communicate with them technologically, or do we want to just like go down and put our hands out? Hi.
And can Poe ready his firearm?
Yeah.
Just in case.
Yeah.
And can I use can I take those binoculars and use like perception empathy to see if they seem like people?
Sure.
Or is every movement like calculated and they already know where they're going?
Sure.
Like is it like a clockwork that we're watching, or like a bunch of people working on something?
Absolutely.
And so okay, never mind. I'll roll. I got doubles.
And a stunt point.
So a single stunt point.
Yep.
7 plus 5, so 12.
Okay.
With a stunt.
With a stunt, this is going to be an investigation stunt, I think.
Okay. I think aha is the only thing that's applicable.
I mean, you can always have a flashback. I think the net result is about the same. It's just that one of them we learn more about your previous experience and how it connects to the current thing. But yeah.
Now, did this fail? Because if it did, I can re-roll.
It did not fail.
Okay.
So the ones that you can see, I mean, it's hard to tell because, like, if you were, for example, to observe a properly disciplined group of Jaffa from a distance, who are following orders and going about a routine, you wouldn't have a lot of insight into like whether they enjoy it or what they're thinking about or are they hungry. So there's some inherent barrier to like getting a firm like, but you're not asking for like, do any of them seem angry? You're just looking for your impression on the degree of intelligence that's involved. Their movements are not purely regular. So there's a degree of variability, and you can from that assume some kind of autonomy. But the impression you get that it is more animal level, right? Like seeing a bunch of raccoons wander around. You can tell that they're alive. You can tell that they're like, oh, I want to go over here and do this thing. But it doesn't seem like they're, especially the smaller ones that are up on the hull. So the others that are just kind of milling around in this area, they don't seem to, they don't give you the vibe of like, oh no, these are living, thinking beings that I can like go have a conversation with. The big bipedal ones are fairly stationary, so it's kind of hard to get a read on them.
What about the unique, the the designed ones.
Yeah. I was getting to that. They give you, maybe just because they look like creepy animal shape things, they do not give you a good vibe. They seem observant. They are not super large. I mean, the small ones, the spider ones, are probably like a large miniature pony, like not a full-on pony. So they're pretty big. They're your size, but they're the smaller ones. They appear to be watchful. They appear to, they appear very alert. The larger ones with the, multi-articulated kind of tentacle appendages, as you're observing and trying to pick up like their interactions and revealing anything, you can see them occasionally make contact with one of the various other pieces or constructs, almost like plugging in a cable into a port. And you can observe the behavior of the target change.
Okay.
After that happens.
How much of this can we like photograph or record on like video or
all of it?
Okay.
You pull out your iPhones.
I would say I don't recommend first contact right now. I have a bad vibe about it. And I relay the information that I have gleaned. Perhaps we should report back early on our findings, and because to my knowledge, this was more of an archaeological assignment. First contact is
you're thinking Star Trek, man. They send the most unequipped and inexperienced and the wrong people to make first contact every day. It's like, oh, it's fine. We'll just go talk to this alien culture. Oh, they speak German. Cool. So it's a little bit more campy casual than we might be used to, but yes.
That's an intentional decision. Because like as a Tok'ra, like specifically a diplomat, he would be more bound to like structure of like the proper channels and whatever, and probably isn't used to the whole freeness of Tari.
Meaning the Tari are just bulls in a china shop who just like blunder their way through the galaxy, and it's a wonder they haven't found themselves extinguished before now. Yes.
Yep.
Well, maybe this is how it starts, the extinction of the Tari. How about everyone go ahead and give me a perception hearing?
We got doubles.
I got 12 with doubles, so with 4 stunt.
Cool.
I got 11 with doubles and 4 stunt as well.
Cool. Can anyone beat that?
I got 16 with doubles and a 6 stunt.
Good grief.
And that was before I added anything.
Excellent.
I got.
But what do you mean before you added anything?
Like whatever. What's our like?
So perception hearing.
So plus 3, 19.
Oh, good. Oh, yeah, that'll work.
Would searching apply?
No.
Okay.
I got doubles with 6, and like the total is 6, and 3 for stunt die.
Okay. Well, the good news is that failed checks don't generate stunt points. So the only person that generates stunt points is Sky.
Okay.
Sky is probably like, I don't know, bored with all this conversation. It's like, can because you've been standing now on this pile of trash for several minutes as Oltek and Talvek, examine this thing from a distance. You're like, are we gonna go or are we gonna stay? What's the deal? So maybe you're just out of boredom looking around, or just tuned out a little bit, and you hear the wall that you're on, especially now that you're standing on it, occasionally makes like pinging and creaking sounds as it settles and as your weight shifts the balance of things. You pick up, however, a very clear pattern. Tick, 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 pause. Tick, tick, pause. Tick, 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 pause. It attracts your attention. This is an investigation, so you may spend your stat points, and I will integrate them into how I narrate the success of your roll. It's, by the way, not super loud. This is why no one else noticed it.
I always want to go down the rabbit hole, but that's just my instinct. Is there a better one?
It's not leading to a reveal, however. I'm going to say down the rabbit hole. It won't work in this case.
Okay. Well, would Lucky Break work then? Because that was my next thought. If not, we can just go to aha.
I think Lucky Break is probably also not going to apply. Well, it might. I think I can. Let me look at your focuses. Think about a relevant focus, because both Talvek's Lucky Break may apply shortly. So if you choose that one, it might. Yes, Lucky Break makes sense. So you are going to choose Lucky Break, which, for those who can't see our list, so the result of this test fortuitously leads you to putting 2 and 2 together later. So you're picking up some things that you aren't really conscious of now, but that will come into effect, which means in a future test related to the general subject matter, I'm going to treat one of your focuses that is kind of tangentially related, but it wouldn't really apply, as if it applied perfectly. So you'll be able to roll with that bonus. Cool. All right. So back into the action, you're hearing this sound. What do you do?
Oh, I let everyone know. So I start with, I make sure Poe and Oltek know. I want Poe to have weapons ready, so I think I kind of let Poe know first.
Okay.
To a degree.
Go ahead.
I look around. Where is this coming from?
You don't hear or see anything.
Okay.
And Sky doesn't hear anything either. As soon as you said, I think I hear something, get over here, you haven't heard anything since.
I don't like
Are you sure?
I don't like this.
Oh, has Tato ready?
Okay. So since you brought it up, anyone who would like to could make a searching check. Perception searching, because this is looking for something specific as opposed to just what can I see.
I'll try.
Yeah, anyone and everyone can try it.
So I got a 10 with doubles.
10 does not succeed.
Yeah.
Can anyone beat that by a bit?
I got
12?
I got a 7.
Yeah, no. Okay. Oh, I got a grease stain on my boot.
How did you get a 7? you get a +5 to that.
I get a +3.
It's a perception searching roll, so you get
No,
3.
I'm green.
Yeah. You're looking
sorry.
at Jace. That's fine. Yeah.
It's okay.
What happens when you scroll down?
So you guys
My bad.
you guys look around and look around. And between Poe just doing what you're trained to do, which is, okay, well, I'm gonna, a little bit of search pattern, and Ultek doing, a little bit of hunter tracker style, get down low and, pick up a piece of grit and smell it very meaningfully as if you can detect something from it. You fan out a little bit along this ridge of garbage. And then we're talking a minute. Eventually you get close enough to it that it spooks. So, a cute little robot spidery thing. It's kind of like the big ones, but it's teeny tiny. It's a little bulbous. This one only has 2 ocular sensors. They're very big and kawaii. We'll say, Poe, you put your boot down and you can kind of feel some of the garbage, the wreckage shift underneath you. So you kind of pull your boot back a little bit so it doesn't get trapped underneath a piece of metal. And then this little robot spider thing kind of pops its head out, and then it looks directly up at you. It can't blink because it's just lenses, and it kind of does a little kind of back and forth, like maybe it's getting a different angle on you, but it's quite active. But it doesn't attack you or anything. What do you do?
Looks at it. Since it didn't outright attack him, he'd lower Tato and probably crouch down to it and hold out his hand, like how one would when greeting a stray cat. Just hello, I am friendly.
It kind of backs up a little bit as you reach out, and then it kind of moves forward in two little steps, and then very, very quickly it scuttles across the metal, and now anyone close to you can hear that same tick 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 across the metal, and a little bit of fingernails on chalkboard as the legs kind of drag in metal on metal kind of squealing sound. So it very, very rapidly accelerates and kind of just climbs onto your hand, and then bing, 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 up your arm and onto your shoulder. And then it's just kind of like you kind of look sideways, and it leans its body around and puts those 2 big ocular sensors right in your face. And it just kind of sits there and bobs a little bit. Seems happy. You all can see this. Poe has a creature or something on his shoulder.
Well, congratulations, Poe.
A little black bulbous. It only has 6 legs, but it's spider-like in its construction.
Do you want me to shoot it?
No.
Where did William tell this? Hold real still.
I think it's cute.
Made a friend.
Suddenly the stick goes back into it.
Yeah, you pull out your staff weapon, and the 4 flanges pop out, and you can hear the power up, and then other people look at you like, You will probably relieve Poe of his head if you do that. So then, what do? As you're all
What's
talking,
your name, Poe?
I approach, try to communicate,
okay.
because everything in this galaxy speaks English.
Some
Sure.
highly advanced species has invented a universal translator that is implantable. So we'll just bypass all that nonsense. So,
Can you understand us?
it's just kind of looking. Right. It's the two, you assume, cameras or sensors don't seem to be mobile within its carapace, so it has to move its entire body to get different angles on you. It's just looking.
Am I getting that same kind of signal off of
Yes.
this too?
Yes. It is connected to whatever network. Whatever alien IoT is in place on this planet.
And if only there was a scientist with us that might be able to spoof a network location. To,
Yeah.
No.
They had a racquetball game. So
yeah. I'm just a lowly intelligence 2 character. If only there was an intelligence 4 character that may want to take point in talking to a machine.
yeah. Well, you're a communication 4.
I am, but that means I need to be able to communicate first. And
well,
don't know.
nothing's saying that it can't hear and understand you. It just doesn't appear to have a mouth or speakers, or it hasn't been able. It doesn't. It appears to lack, unless it has a built-in speaker or something. It doesn't appear to have a mechanism for speaking necessarily.
Gotcha.
But it does react to your voice, and it has your attention, or you have its attention.
Okay. The player assumed that the response was absolutely nothing. Like it wasn't.
No, it's bobbing around, looking, and it's seeing you. It's adjusting its body position to get a better look at you. We'll say it's enough to know that it reacts to the sound of your voice, just like it reacted when it heard Sky say, "I think I hear something," by freezing. So,
I try to communicate with it. I say, we are explorers. If there's a way for you to communicate back to us, that would be appreciated.
cool. Who has their sensor and or pad out?
I mean, I guess Sky would.
Yeah.
I just have my stick out.
Yeah. It makes sense that Sky would be, monitoring the situation. There is a very focused data stream that is, I mean, it's kind of looking around. And maybe it pauses for a minute looking at the equipment in your hand. And when I say pad, it's very much think like iPad 40. So, high-end laptop. It probably has some inbuilt sensors, like high capacity storage for video and other data, as well as, high computational ability. It directs a data stream, and your pad does the thing like when you're being hacked and you can see the numbers and symbols, like the strange alien symbols, like shouldn't possibly happen, but that's what happens. You see a variety of symbols flowing across the screen of your pad. And you are locked out of accessing it. But somehow magically you are able to deliver the line, "I think it's downloading all our data." I mean, how you can tell that from strange symbols flowing across the screen, who knows? But it's Stargate, so that kind of stuff is apparent. It appears to have formed some sort of handshake with your handheld computing device.
Darn Bluetooth.
And we'll even say that you can see in its little optical sensors the same kind of orangey reddish characters streaming down. So you can tell that, I knocked my own glasses off, so you can tell that it's reading the data. Or that we, the audience, can tell by the camera work that it's, and the effects, that it's reading the data. What do you do?
I take this in good faith. We don't have any classified information on the pad, so
I mean,
Poe just pets it.
I mean, you don't have anything classified like the location of Earth, but you have lots of information on it, including all your personal files, including whatever Sky put on it.
Oh. I feel bad for this little creature now.
Right? Why is it all selfies? This is so weird. Pop up. No, it's fine. But I'm going to say there's probably, I would think that Sky is probably not the most assiduous when it comes to data hygiene. There might be all kinds of stuff on this. I know I'm not supposed to use this for work, but I kind of do. It's got many episodes of your podcast on it.
But only the good ones. I've deleted like the 2 bad ones.
Yeah. So you are
98.
Perfect. You are content to allow this thing to read all the data that is present on Sky's pad. Cool.
I'm not going to remove agency from the other players, but I'm okay with this.
Okay.
Yeah, my character wouldn't see anything wrong with it.
Really?
Because based on my own pad, I probably wouldn't have that much on it. I don't really know Sky well enough to know
That's true.
Sky has on it.
Think about how Ultec would feel. A strange mechanism or creature that apparently has the ability to access your data is just doing so. I mean, if you tell me that Ultec would be like, it's fine, that's not a threat.
I mean, I still have my stick pointed at it.
Okay.
Or my staff pointed at it, because it is still somewhat a threat.
But it's little and it's cute, and all it's doing is reading data. Yeah. It's not like it's going to physically attack you or anything. Until it burrows into Poe's skull and kills Poe. It doesn't. But yeah, I agreed. I was just wondering, it's like, you probably think it's a threat, but not the kind of threat that you would feel confident, like just destroying it for no reason. And Talbot seems fine with it. Sky seems fine with it. So sure.
I asked it to communicate, and it responded with this, so I'm waiting.
Cool. All right. It has a few little like spines on it. I mean, they're antennas, but they almost look like, the thick coarse hair like on a tarantula. There is an increase in the data stream from this creature back to the Hatak.
Okay.
In just a burst, like a half-second burst. So it has ingested the totality of the data, including all of the material that you brought along for research purposes, all of your readings since you've been here, any linguistic databases, technological databases that you have brought with you to help you research what might be going on here. So information about the Goa'uld, information about the Asgard, information about the Ancients, information about Stargate technology, like I said, linguistic, cultural databases, you name it. All of that is compressed and sent in half a second, which is pretty impressive. Then it hops off and scuttles away.
Oh. Well, maybe that it assumed that was communication. Although I did ask specifically for a 2-way sharing.
During that, Sky just looks over at Poe and Ultec and just goes, "Kill it."
No.
Sky's just like, "No, that thing just hacked my photos and didn't even like give me a compliment or anything. Just ran away. No, like that thing needs to die."
Yeah, dropped into your Insta and didn't leave a like. Oh my god, the worst.
Yeah, like no, kill it.
So again, Ultec presses the button to make the things pop open.
Do you in fact shoot it?
Kind of waiting for someone to say no, stop. But
Sky just keeps urging you.
I was just standing there, arm out, looking at
Where's
it
my
like,
friend?
heck, would leave me.
I assume this is happening in like the span of like
Seconds.
Mere
Seconds.
seconds, yeah, because like in a second or two, I'm gonna blast it.
It is beelining back towards the attack.
like there's. What does Ultec do?
Well, you have as Ultec said, you have an opportunity to not let chaos reign, if you would like. I think Ultec is like specifically like, well, they're saying kill it, but then looks at Tallback like,
why kill it? It already sent the information back to the people. It's kind. Killing it won't solve anything.
what does Ultec do?
Putting me in a tough spot here.
Yeah.
Because I mean, if it's already sent the information, then obviously there's not. It doesn't need to be killed now. So,
If you wanted it dead, you probably should have done that while it was ingesting the data,
or before it had a chance to steal
yeah,
all your stuff.
No. You guys told me no because you didn't want to blow Poe's head off.
That's true.
Oh, by all means, it doesn't matter. There's nothing there anyways.
Right. It would take Poe a while to realize.
Okay, I'm gonna put the staff away then.
Okay. So you don't fire your energy weapon. All right. Cool.
Convince me.
That might make things better.
Is there a rock nearby?
There are chunks of metal.
Guy throws a chunk of metal, like not enough to hit it, just at it in direction.
Make me an accuracy thrown check.
I mean,
You might accidentally hit 3 6s, 6 on points, and kill it yourself.
it's 9
It could
plus
be
whatever.
So accuracy and thrown. You don't have thrown, so just your accuracy.
No. Yeah, so 10.
Yeah, no, that doesn't beat its defense. So
I'm just throwing it in the direction.
You wing a piece of metal at it, and it falls short, and it probably doesn't even notice. Several of the other ones have noticed, however. You are detecting an increase in movement. Specifically, some of the larger ones.
They appear to have weapons, or is it like, would we assume more blunt force trauma in our future?
Hard to tell. Are you using your binoculars again?
Yeah.
Cool. There are a number of these, we'll call them lopers. These like long-legged, like long rear legs, short manipulators that are exiting this gap in the Hatek's hull. And there's some movement from up higher. So remember, it's kind of canted on the side, and they have this kind of like donut rim around them. Something is descending from that ring.
Oh.
So like a port has opened or whatever, but something is descending on cables from that ring.
Ready, Tato.
Yeah. I mean, you're a little out of range. You're something like half a kilometer, but it's a good idea to be ready.
I did ask for communication. Perhaps that unit wasn't able to. Something's happening, so they don't seem hostile yet. Thank God that rock didn't hit.
The creature or entity that is the thing that is lowering is another one of these constructs. It is different in construction. It is similarly piecemeal. But it is human-sized. The parts of its form that aren't covered by an exoskeleton show, I mean, it's all metal and cables and wires and stuff, but it looks to be articulated in the same way. It's a mannequin. Is the first thing that comes to mind. It's clearly designed to resemble not just a general humanoid form, but a human-ish. It also has kind of affixed at an angle to its skull is some sort of roughly lozenge-shaped container, translucent. It has some sort of fluid in it. And it has two more of these canisters, one kind of on the left arm, one kind of down in the right midsection. And it's suspended by a thick mass of cables and wires that probably come out, like maybe out the back of the head. It has a couple of like guidelines connecting it on the shoulders.
We talking like Borg Queen?
Yeah. It doesn't look like a Borg Queen, but similar vibe.
Yeah. Gotcha.
I mean, if a Borg Queen was assembled out of like weird chemical canisters and junkyard parts.
Okay. That's
and
unnerving.
And it's from a distance, but you can see the creature like cast its hand out at the other constructs, and the way it moves is very elegant and organic. And all of the other constructs turn in your direction. The lopers begin running toward you.
Can I get a sense of hostility?
No, just speed.
Okay.
I think I'm getting a sense of this is not a great idea.
I hand Oltek back his binoculars and I take 2 steps backwards.
Okay. You have probably 30 seconds before they're on you. They're moving quite fast.
Once they're in range, Poe would shoot.
Okay. Cool. Is anyone doing anything before they get in range?
Guy is just saying, this is like that time when Harry and Ron went into the Forbidden Forest.
Right?
Culturally.
I do not understand this reference.
Right. Talbeck and Altek really don't get it.
But I think I'm gonna start stepping back towards.
It's a very popular children's book written by a lovely woman who has a really great backstory until she became a TERF. Cool. 10 seconds.
No, nothing applies.
5 seconds.
I don't want violence to start happening, but oh well.
Yep.
I mean, I'm gonna ring my staff again.
All right. So reminder of positioning. You're all four standing on top of a wall with, we'll say, just to make it even, 4 of these lopers running towards you in a loose kind of formation. And they're fast. Like 60 miles an hour fast. They've crossed a lot of they've crossed a lot of distance.
So I hear interlopers.
The wall collapses. Sky is pinned beneath.
I lasted like 3 hours.
You did a really good job. I'm super surprised. Awesome job.
So what I'm thinking is I might fire a warning shot.
Okay. Cool. Why don't we make that, if you're not actually trying to hit them, you can make that an intimidation, a strength intimidation.
Okay.
Whether that'll be effective or not, we'll see. But Poe, they are now in range of Tato, because you have 550 yards range, which is that's an assault rifle. You probably want to wait until they're a little bit closer. Than like you're not going to have as good a chance of hitting them if they're like right outside that range. So you wait until they're within optimal firing distance, and you can certainly roll to attack with Tato.
Okay.
So you're going to roll the 3d6 plus 6 in the attack roll, and your damage is 2d6 plus 1 plus stunt die because it's semi-automatic. So semi-automatic weapons, you can hit with multiple bullets, and they have a fire rate bonus, which is equal to the value of the stunt die. So let's do both simultaneously. So what's the result of your strength intimidation roll there, Altec?
Mine was, sorry, I just lost count again.
Was it ridiculously high?
Kinda, yeah. 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 with doubles.
Ooh. How many stunt points did you generate?
5.
Cool. Let's go ahead and...
sorry, 3.
3, okay.
Let's
just get all the stunts. It's a social stunt, technically. So figure out how you want to spend those stunt points. And Poe, what was the result of your attack with Tato?
13 plus 6.
So 19.
So 19.
That is 100% going to hit. So roll the damage.
So the 2d6
plus 1 plus the value of your stunt die. Yeah.
So 2d6 plus 1 is 8, and the stunt die is 6.
Ooh, wow. So that's 14 damage. Yes. Most of your bullets, because like 6 bullets hit one of these things, most of them just ricochet off. But as they get closer, you can see that there is like these have like a single lens in the center of this kind of long, kind of oblong rectangular main body. And one of your bullets just catches that just right, and there's a crack, and the creature kind of stumbles to the side. You clearly were able to damage it with that volley. Altec, what stunts do you want to apply?
Do you think cards on the table would apply?
Let's see. I mean, it's hard because it's kind of combat, but it's cards.
Social is kind of weird to figure out.
Yeah, no, it won't apply because you weren't like telling them anything. There's no way for you to have been completely honest when you're firing a warning shot.
I mean,
it's gonna be weird. You know what? I'll allow you to also to instead choose a combat and action stunt if none of the social ones apply. I was thinking like impress, maybe another thing, or hidden message, but you can look at combat and action too.
Yeah, I was actually kind of looking at hidden message.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go ahead and do a hidden message.
Cool. So unbeknownst and probably unintended by you, someone takes a different meaning from the fact that you're firing a warning shot with a staff weapon. Is able to maybe pick up some extra meaning or intelligence about you and your group that they wouldn't have otherwise, and that will be beneficial to you. So, although you didn't say anything, you were able to convey something important that will change the course of the narrative, but not yet. What are Talvek and Sky doing? I'm not going to make you roll initiative, but because initiative's garbage mostly. But what are you doing?
I
Fire is erupting from Poe. Bullets ricocheting off. One of these creatures is damaged. Altec is firing staff weapons at their feet. And they're continuing to run through the kicked up dirt and metal shards from the blasts of Altec's staff weapon. What are you doing? You tell Beck and Sky before they have a chance to act.
I ready the Zat, but I do not fire.
Okay. Are you just standing in the open?
We're on a wall. Would it be possible to get down off of the wall as like part of an action or something? Like, how would that work?
It would be basically take cover.
Yeah.
So you have lots of if you're not making a melee or range attack or a stun attack, you could charge, you could defend, you could I mean, it doesn't take, you don't have to activate the Zat. Well, you probably do. So, because it has to pop up.
It's a single,
so minor action activate, and you can take a second minor action to guard up effectively, or
I was going to take the ready minor action and the stand firm minor action.
I think you have to take the activate. Oh no, you're right, because it's a purely mundane. It's electronic, but in this case, it's effectively a pistol. So yes, take ready and then
handgun.
Yeah.
You draw a weapon or pull out a device.
Yeah.
Right. So,
might I suggest guard up instead of stand firm? Because stand firm is really like someone who's like going to physically jump on you, or you think that they're going to physically jump on you. Guard up is better. It just adds to your defense.
60 miles an hour.
Okay. So you're just bracing for in case they leap. Got it.
Kind of, or like maybe narratively, like getting ready to quickly move out of the way.
Yeah.
And if they are trying to tackle us,
Yeah. If they do, it's gonna hurt really bad because
that would still.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would be like resisting the effort to move instead of just making it hurt less.
Got it. Makes good sense. Let me read that one again. Oh, okay. That actually is probably a good choice now that I look at all the text. All right. I'm just going to give them one roll because it doesn't make sense to have them do 3 rolls, and their actions are all coordinated. The one thing I don't like about the system is I actually have to roll dice.
Did Sky get to do anything?
Oh, sorry, Sky, what are you doing?
Oh, is there a way I can use my morale and try to boost everyone's going into possible combat here? Just get a bit of a
Sure. Why not?
morale and speech. Yeah.
Do you want to make a willpower morale? We got this, gang.
Yeah.
Don't worry, it might never happen. Sure.
7 plus 4, 11.
11.
Wait,
Well, I mean,
no, I'm sorry. It's 13 plus 4, 17.
Oh, 17, yeah.
It's late.
So maybe everyone feels a little bit like, oh, just because guys like, oh, don't worry, guys, we got this. So maybe everyone feels a little bit of a reduction in stress. Like, yeah, we definitely do. 3 extremely powerful, you assume, laser beams arc out of this central oculus in their bodies. They are not targeting you. They are targeting the wall beneath you. So, I would like everyone to make a strength athletics. I'm going to double check. I believe it's strength. I know it's strength based. Strength might, because might is athletics. So a strength might roll. However, Talvek can make a dexterity acrobatics roll instead. Because you took stand firm.
Mm-hmm.
I got 10.
Okay.
I got 12 with 4 stunt points.
Ooh. Wait.
I got 12 with 3 stunt points.
Cool.
Is it just dexterity?
You have to make a strength might. The only person who can roll dexterity is Talvak. And I don't think anyone has a might focus, so it's going to be strength based for everyone but Talvak.
So 11 minus 1, so I have 10.
Yep. Talvak or Poe, would either of you like to spend a boon to re-roll your low die? Because neither of you made it.
Yes.
I mean, you can re-roll
Yes,
up to
I
all
would.
your die, and maybe that'd be better for Poe, but since you generated stunt points, like if you feel like if you could roll a little bit better than you did, you might actually succeed and actually generate stunt points. Yes, Guy.
Question. My lucky thing will come back here, will it? My lucky break that couldn't possibly
Nope.
have been used here. I didn't think so.
It's not applicable in this.
I didn't think it was.
It will apply later, but it not yet.
But yeah. Poe, are you taking the boon?
No, you can take it if you want it.
We've got 2 majors. You can re-roll up to your entire pool, or you can always spend a one of your they're not hero points, they're not determination, they are called conviction. You could always instead spend a conviction to not die. Adding to your defense doesn't help, so yeah, conviction lets you reroll 1 die, and major boon lets you reroll up to all, so you can both use them. Chat is kind, they will give you more. You definitely won't need them anytime in the future. Cool. So are you both using a major boon?
Yeah.
Cool.
Sure. Yeah.
Cool. Both of you use a major boon? I'll just go ahead and type it into chat.
Got a 6.
Excellent.
So that's more.
That's it.
16 with 4 stunt points.
That will succeed. How about Poe? What's your new total?
So I can roll up to
all your. You can re-roll up to all your dice again. You don't have to roll all of them again. So Talvik just re-rolled 1.
A 4 is a good roll on a 6-sided dice, right?
Better than average.
Okay. Well, it was worse.
Oh. So your total is worse?
Yeah. I rolled the lowest and it was a 3, and then now it's a 1.
All right, cool. So Talvik, what combat and action stunt would you like to apply?
There's a lot, so bear with me. Vicious blow doesn't make sense.
Some won't apply because you're not doing any of them.
Knock prone.
Who?
The beasties.
How?
The rubble comes and hits them too. No. Okay.
No. Stunts aren't magic. So the ones that would apply, Duck and Weave would apply.
Shock and awe. When you succeed at a non-attack physical feat, anyone who witnesses it rolls willpower versus my strength intimidation, which is 0. If I win, they suffer a -1 to their next opposed roll. They make against me or a -1 to their defense. versus my next attack against them.
Yes.
So like, I'm even more difficult to hit.
These are not anyone.
Oh.
I think you're going to get the sense that they aren't susceptible to being impressed by anything because they're machines. But Take Cover has a similar effect, where you can make it very, very hard to hit you because you can take degree 3 cover, which increases your defense by 4.
I am going to. Who among my party failed that roll?
Everyone but you.
Okay. Can I use Guardian Angel to
Yes.
take 1 point of damage from each of them by spending
1.
3?
Choose one. Choose one person and then spend as many stunt points as you want to, and you will take that amount of damage. As long as they would take damage before your next turn, you take it instead.
Okay. Ultek.
Okay.
All 4.
Okay, cool. All right, so Talvek leaps out of the way as the kind of to the side and down a little bit, and maybe you slide a little bit, kind of very cinematically, Indiana Jones sliding down the stone chute. Surprisingly athletic and adventuresome and swashbucklery coming from a diplomat, but whatever. As the wall of junk underneath Poe, Sky, and Ultek collapses, you are all knocked prone, and you are all pinned beneath garbage. Specifically, various different bits and pieces of the interior and exterior of a whole lot of Death Gliders. And yes, I think we should deal a little bit of damage, because owie. And we haven't done damage dealing yet. At least not so that people can understand the math. So you all take 9 points of impact damage.
Including me?
No.
Or all minus me?
You will take some damage because you're going to help Ultek.
Gotcha.
If he winds up taking any damage.
That's
which we'll see.
That's my thought.
Yes.
Yeah.
So Ultek is lucky in that he falls a little bit clear, and you're like, oh, and you have a moment where you lock eyes, and then you see the wing of one of these Death Gliders kind of totter, and it's about to fall on him, and you rush forward to try to pull him out of the way / catch the blow so he isn't crushed. Mm-hmm. And then depending upon what happens, we'll see if there's any leftover damage. So now what you're going to do is you're going to take that damage. You are first going to reduce it by the impact rating of your armor. You are then going to reduce it by, if you have a gold symbiote, you're going to reduce it by your resilience that is given to you by the power gold symbiote. And that in this case is only Ultek. And then you are going to reduce that damage further by your toughness. So armor in this case doesn't make you harder to hit. It just reduces the damage. And armor functions according to its rating for certain types of damage. So impact resistance is different than ballistic resistance, is different than energy resistance.
Okay, and you said it was 9 initially?
9.
Okay.
So minus, I think, 4 for your impact.
Yeah. Minus 2 for resilience, minus 2 for toughness, so 1. 1,
except Talvek takes it.
That's 0 because I take it.
Yeah. So Talvek takes 1. That is not reduced by armor.
I wouldn't want it to be anyways.
Yeah. So you're able to jerk Ultek out from under the wing of this broken Death Glider. But as it impacts the kind of just the various layers of metal detritus before, a little shard pings up and hits you like on your arm, like where it's not covered by your Kevlar vest. And so you now have a nice like cinematic flesh wound. So you take 1 health damage.
Yep.
And your symbiote's like, oh, here we go again. Guess I better get busy healing your paper gut. Because I figure that's the way gold are. just real millennial put out and everything.
Yeah, we have an internal conversation where I say, well, old tech is just a baby. Like, you got to take care of your
Yes.
kind, right?
Yes, his larva will grow into the next system lord.
You should be
The
thanking
gold
me.
shall return. Yes. So, Poe, let's work through the math on your side. So that's 9 points of impact damage. So what is the impact rating of your armor? 4. So that gets it down to 5. You do not have a gold symbiote, so you don't have that resilience. So what is your toughness?
2.
Okay, so you take 3 points of damage. Sky is super tough and wearing full plate armor, except not. So how much damage does Sky wind up taking? 7? Okay, so Alltech is saved. Talvet gets a scratch. Poe, it's probably your ankle gets twisted a little bit. So, but not like it's sprained, just going to be bruised. Sky, that's half your health, right? Yeah, and you're on mute, but still, yeah. So the tip of one of these downswept wings just comes down and pierces Sky, to the side of the abdomen. It is bad.
Like I said, we'll be fine.
I was just like, we're gonna be fine. I'm dying now. And the good news is Sky's your doctor.
Oh,
It's
good.
okay. Just leave me.
So
Failing at my job of protecting people.
I want to be very good at security if I've left you.
yes. So
That's some Poe self-esteem.
oh God.
Ouch.
We're trying to help, but you were impotent to do so. Yes. That's all. Let's all go there, as Sky bleeds out and probably catches tetanus. The good news is that the Lopers, or their proper name, Slicers, for reasons that you can now see, have stopped and are now just standing there completely immobile with that massive laser gun pointed at your group. What do you do?
Run.
Okay,
Run.
you're gonna leave.
trapped right now.
Sky is.
You'll leave Sky behind.
Is anyone pinned?
Sky for sure is.
Yeah.
Everyone but you are prone. Sky is prone and pinned.
Okay. Reading through the actions real quick. There's not like a help action.
Yeah. I think there's a mechanic for it, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
First aid might be relevant as a as a major action. I think I would allow you to use defend to defend someone else, because literally block line of sight. So if they decide to incinerate Sky, you'd have to go through you first.
The sky has fallen.
Or you can literally you can make a test.
I'm gonna leave him.
you can make a test in combat to a strength might test to try to pull Sky out. And if multiple of you do it, it just reduces the difficulty of the roll.
Okay.
Currently, no one is shooting at you, so you have a moment. Maybe, you think.
My priority is to get the team on their feet and then get back to the Stargate.
Yes.
Yeah, that was strength, right?
Yes, strength might.
Yeah.
So I suggest
So you're gonna.
just everyone but Sky roll strength might.
So everyone's reaching for the sky.
Yes. Oh man, once you get started, duck with the stunts, man. It's not just stunts. It's a lot of stunt points, and it's a good roll.
I got 13.
Okay.
My strength score is 0, so it's just 13.
Okay. And Poe?
3, 4, 5 plus 1, so 13,
Wow.
I think.
Cool. Well, because you 3 people are contributing, it does reduce the difficulty. Collectively, you're able to heave this. It's like a big scythe, the point of which is driven into Sky. You're able to heave that up, and there's like sound as it sucks up the wound in Sky's abdomen, and then pull Sky loose before letting it go. What would you like to do with? I'm going to say that this is action or combat, to the extent that any of them match in terms of your stunt points, Talvek.
Take cover.
Okay. Yeah.
For 3.
Yeah. And then immediately take cover and probably encourage your friends to do the same.
Yeah.
And I'll say, because we're not under any particular round count, because they're not currently trying to blast you, therefore you don't have to dodge, you can all take cover. But we'll say that Talbot got the best cover because was the first to act. So stunted to get the best cover. Everyone else is in category degree 1 cover, which increases your defense by 2 should someone attempt to attack you. Okay. They stand there. What do you do? This is still kind of
I would like
action time tick-tock back and forth between the parties, but they're not immediately pressing the attack.
I would like to try to do a stunt attack as a major action.
Okay.
And my intent is to duck and weave away. Is that something?
Yeah. You attack as you normally would, but you're not trying to hit. You're trying to create an opportunity to, you don't have to. If your attack is successful, you will earn a stunt point that you can then use to buy a stunt. And if you earn stunt points, normally you basically just get an extra one. You just aren't going to do any damage because you're not actually trying to hit them.
Yep,
cool.
It's not my intent.
Yeah,
to damage.
It also could work if you're trying to hit someone over the back of the head with a kosh to knock them out. You're not actually trying to kill them. This, by the way, would be a really good use of your Zat if you're trying to knock people out. You could stack the two.
Okay.
In theory, you could kind of do stun damage twice that way, without getting into the. We could fudge it because the rules around Zats are a little bit strange, but it's a way of using. Theoretically, you could use your Zat to knock someone out, even by taking multiple shots, particularly someone who's resistant to its damage. Cool. So.
Okay.
That's an aside. So you want to do a stunt attack. So you are firing blindly with your Zat, trying to create an opportunity to do something. Nope.
I'm not very good at it. But minor action, run.
Yeah, move.
Is that a? No, that's it.
Yeah.
Move.
Run is a major.
Yeah.
Run is move the yards that are in run, and that's a major. And move is move your speed, which is so you are going to move your speed your move number in yards, which for your case, so you're just moving. What is your move? 12. Yeah, so
12.
you're fairly spry. So you move, 35, 40 feet away.
Yeah. And I beckon the team to retreat.
Cool. So Talvek, pew pew, let's go. Moves 40 feet. What is everyone else doing?
And Poe use the talent rifle fighting style.
Yeah. I think.
Okay.
Let me double check.
Because he's prone, right?
Yeah. And it takes roughly half your movement rounded down to stand up. but your where is it?
Please.
Oh, I don't have it scroll all the way over. Your rifle fighting style, yeah, you're prone and can brace, and you get a +1 on your attack roll for sure. And that stacks with aim, so you can minor action aim for a +1, and use your rifle talent for a total of +2 on the attack.
Okay. Can I do that?
Yeah, for sure.
So I use the attack thingy.
Yeah, so you're just gonna roll your attack with Tato,
Yeah.
since that's the only rifle that you have. You do also have 5 EMP grenades, but that's a whole other situation.
Yeah.
Get a fire. He's
Go.
not smart enough, okay?
It's true.
Okay. 3d6.
3d6 plus 6.
That's 13.
Okay, and what's the total on your stunt die?
2.
2? Okay, that is what you were going to add to damage.
Okay.
So roll your 2d6 plus 1 plus 2 from that stunt die.
So the 2d6 plus 1 is 9.
So
Plus
11.
2. What?
Cool. Yeah. You are able. I mean, these things are. I mean, they're made of metal, so it's not like you're killing them by any means. But again, as you like, only a couple of shots. But so maybe because you're braced, you're able to take better aim and get a couple of shots. And you're aiming, let's say, for like any obvious weak points or gaps in their exoskeleton, or like, we'll say you hit one of the joints in one of their legs, and you can see it buckle a little bit. And you can see maybe even a spray of like hydraulic fluid as you have ruptured something in it. I mean, it's still fine, but it was for a thing that's basically a tank that runs as fast or faster than a cheetah. Those were well-placed shots. So far, Poe is living up to their role of being the marksman of the group. Cool. All tech Sky.
Well, I think I'm in defensive position. Well, I get back up and get into defensive position to try to get Sky out of there. Like, make sure that Sky gets out of there first.
Okay. So you can move, get over to them, and then probably guard up.
Yeah.
Just increasing the difficulty of any attacks that target you. Okay, Sky, what do you do?
Can I do my talent of emergency care to
Yeah.
do minor action for first aid?
Yeah, you definitely should. You can see your own spleen, so
Yeah.
you probably ought to do something with that.
So, can you walk me through that, please?
Okay, so
How to do
under your
first aid? I'm
actions
looking for-
is first aid. So you're making a target number 11 intelligence medicine check, which you are intelligent and you have the medicine focus.
Oh, here it is.
Yeah. If you succeed, your ally, which is you, gets back an amount of health equal to the stunt die plus your intelligence. Minimum 1.
Cool. All right. My medicine. So 4, 2, 6. Okay, 13.
Yeah, that beats 11.
So that does it. And then I got 4 on my stunt dice.
Plus your intelligence, which is
4.
so you regain 8.
Yay.
Health
Which
points.
is full.
Which is
Okay, I'm back to full.
yeah, super duper awesome. So
Yay.
we'll say there's, because there's advanced medicine available. You rapidly assess that, like, you were lucky in that no organs were skewered and no major veins and arteries. So the kind of, think of it like expanding foam, like you use to to insulate in between the walls, but it's just like it's specifically designed to be shot into like bullet holes and stuff like that. It has antiseptic properties and it prevents bleeding, prevents your organs from jostling around and falling out. You're probably going to need, you're going to need stitches, but it'll eventually be resorbed by your body. So you are, you're not undamaged, but you are at full health because you are an awesome doctor. And so
I'm the best.
right. So Ultech rushes over, like climbs up or crawls, rolls up and takes a defensive stance, like trying like, oh my God, Kelly, Sky is dying. And Sky just kind of like, ugh, and then looks down and goes, oh, gross. And then just reaches into the medical bag and pulls out, it looks like a caulk gun, and just stabs it into this open wound and then depresses the plunger and this slight kind of expanding foam situation pops out. And then it's like, all better. I'm the best. And then the camera cuts to reaction shots from Talbeck, Poe, and Ultech. Like, well, you're not wrong. So cool.
Okay, get out of here.
Let's go.
Yes. Cool.
We're going.
One of the slicers has paced you now, Talbeck. It's 5 yards away from you.
Oh, we're being pursued.
You weren't until you ran. But on their turn, one of them, it just trots over to you. It's a little bit like looking down the barrel of a gun because there's a very powerful laser that is emitted from this Oculus. But it's just sitting there, 5 yards away-ish, looking right at you. You guys' turn. What do you do?
Oh, I went first last time, so someone else.
I'm still defending to make sure everyone leaves. So
Okay.
So far, I'm the furthest away.
Yeah.
So
everyone else is kind of grouped up in the wreckage of this wall, and you're the only one that has moved away. Cool.
So I'll wait to see what Poe and Sky do first.
Poe and Sky, what are you doing? Are you doing anything major? Anything other than scrambling and trying to get away or taking cover?
I don't see anything else I would be doing.
Someone could remind Poe that he has 5 EMP grenades.
Yeah. How about I do the minor action of ready to talk to Poe and maybe get one of those times?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You want to throw it? Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to ready it. I don't want to throw it.
Okay.
Because I don't think that would be fair time-wise to go over there and get it. Yeah, I just want to get it and ready it for my next turn if necessary.
Because we're in kind of a blend between action time and narrative time, I think you can just say, hey, toss me one of those grenades. And Poe can very easily toss you a grenade, so you got it ready. As your minor action, what's your major? You sure you don't want to throw it? Because you could totally throw it.
If I get both, if I have time to do it,
yeah.
I'll do it.
Yeah, because talking is no big deal. So we'll say, Poe, you use your minor action to toss it to Sky. You use your minor action to, now you got it ready. So you absolutely could throw it.
I throw it.
All right. Go ahead and make a dexterity thrown check. This is, by the way, where the pluses and stuff on your attack rolls, it's just the calculation of the appropriate attribute and focuses. Just to figure out what to make you dexterity. Sorry, accuracy thrown. Accuracy thrown. I may have said dexterity. I meant accuracy.
It'll be 13.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Cool. Go ahead and roll 3d6 for me, please.
Nine.
Okay. Ah, well. The two that are nearest to you seize up. You don't know how far, you don't know for how long. I mean, if it was just a simple device, it probably would just be fritzed out forever. But you don't know whether it'll be permanent or minutes or seconds. But the two that are nearest you, the one that had its oculus damaged by Poe, had kind of stopped pursuing. So there's really only three you have to deal with now. The one that's over by Talbek, however, doesn't even really react. So that was Sky's go. All tech. Poe, you still have a major action if you'd like, or another minor action if you'd like. You tossed Sky the grenade, and then do what?
Can Poe fire at the one that's over by Talbek?
Yep.
Okay.
I mean, you have a sense that
the puppy.
it's going to take a lot of shooting with an assault rifle to take these things down. Staff weapon might be better.
And you're also kind of shooting towards me. So,
I mean, we could get some ricochets. We'll see.
And Hero was going to try to do diplomacy next turn. Or this turn.
These things are laser guns on legs.
I was trying to get
And they
everyone
haven't
to fall
shot me
back,
yet.
and they're
true.
still just firing on them.
Yeah, they haven't shot anyone yet, in fact. But yes. So what was that result there, Poe?
So I got doubles.
Yes, but you have to succeed for it to generate sub points. What was your total roll?
Okay. 14 plus 6.
Yeah. God, all day. Cool. So you are going to generate some combat, and let's see, firearms makes perfect sense. They're not in cover, so that doesn't work. You can fire a short burst and spend, how many stunt points did you generate? 6?
6.
Yeah. My recommendation would be to fire a short controlled burst, which will ignore 1 point of the opponent's ballistic armor, and their ballistic armor is insane per point spent. So you can bypass 3 of their ballistic armor. I think that's probably the best. I'm gonna look at some of the higher ones. Spray and pray doesn't make sense. Cyber's Perch, no. I mean, Called Shot, kind of. No, I think mechanically your best bet is short burst.
Okay.
Cool. So roll up your damage, and then I'll reduce their armor for this attack by 3. Reduce its armor by 3.
What happens if I roll doubles on that one?
Damage doesn't stunt.
Okay. So that's 12 plus 1 plus stunt die. So
Which was 6.
yeah.
So 19 points of damage.
Yeah.
Because your stunt die was 6 on the last one. So that's 19 points of damage bypassing 3 of their ballistic armor. That is not sufficient to take this thing down. But Talvek, you're sitting here looking at this thing, barrel of loaded gun looking down at you, and then it's just and it like staggers to the side as you see like a tightly clustered set of like first it's just indentations in its armored shell, but the last couple of bullets actually pierce the plating, and you can see sparks, and it seems to be compromised. It's still functional, but that was a very, very powerful, well-placed, well-timed shot on the part of Poe. I will say it even swings around to bring Poe into focus. So,
I'd like to take my turn then.
Yeah.
I say, why did you charge and attack at us? Loud enough for the one that isn't next to me to potentially here.
Yeah. It doesn't react.
Okay.
Because it can't. And it's not smart. I would like everyone to go ahead and give me a Constitution tolerance roll.
Would symbiote resilience come into play? Or
Yes.
specifically tolerance?
Yes. Because symbiote resilience subsumes tolerance is like the normal non-symbiotic version.
Gotcha.
So I think you're right. I think symbiote resilience, because it can help you with all sorts of deleterious things.
Okay, so old tech would also get the focus.
Yes. For reference in chat and YouTube later, old tech, because old tech carries an infant Gould, cannot access its memories the way that Talvek can, but they both have the resilience feat, resistance to damage, ability to heal, etc. Old tech also has fewer power points to spend because the Gould just isn't strong. Yes.
That's a 9 total.
Okay.
I got 16.
Okay. Oh, 5? 14. Okay.
14.
I was like 5. Why are you doing it with 2 hands if it's 5? Okay, 14. Okay, cool. And Poe?
1, 2, 3, 4, which is 10.
Okay, cool. So Ultek and Sky are fine. Talvek and Poe, not so much. There is just, you experience deep disorientation. It's almost like there's a sound, but it's either subsonic or supersonic. You can't quite tell. But it's the type of like sound that you can't quite hear, but you can feel it like in your head.
Yeah.
And it's deeply disorienting. Everyone experiences it, and it is disturbing to Sky and Ultek. They don't pass out.
Could I use a conviction?
Yeah.
To re-roll?
Yeah.
Okay. Wasn't sure if it was like a hit thing.
No, you can use a conviction for any of the things that conviction is available for, which includes reroll.
Okay, so that's a total of 12.
Okay. So only Poe loses consciousness. It's not a particularly high test. But the overall effect is still somewhat debilitating. So Poe just kind of goes, "Oh, head hurt. I don't feel so good, Mr. Stark," and falls to the metallic, muddy, rusty ground. The rest of you kind of like, Talvek's eyes, like vision goes like into a tunnel, and then your symbiote kind of engages in. You know, dump some epinephrine into your system so that you jolt back, don't quite lose consciousness. For those of you who are consciousness, who are conscious, your vision just kind of goes white. And there's a moment of, you're not sure how long it is. It's like a timeless moment where you're just like white. And then you are in a throne room. It is very clearly the formal reception area where a Goa'uld system lord who would call this Hatak their mothership would receive visitors, would taunt the conquered. It has been significantly altered. It's a steampunk rusty nightmare. There's unfamiliar equipment. There are a variety of these piecemeal bots there are several of the kind of floaty, squiddy ones that give you the heebie-jeebies. And Poe is unconscious on the ground. The rest of you are still standing there with your hands up to your head as your vision clears. It does not feel like ring transporter, but the effect is apparently similar. It wasn't like you were knocked out and then physically conveyed here. Some technology was used to bring you here. And then
Okay.
An iris opens in the ceiling, and that same humanoid construct is lowered down until it sits in the chair, the liquid in its various pods jostling. Why have you come? Its voice is quite pleasant and melodious. Its mouth isn't moving. It's obviously attenuated through it's some sort of projection. But it does look at you with metallic eyes that seem quite sensate and intelligent.
We are explorers, and this was not on our expected list of places.
Yes, you are. Starts to say a word. Again, you can't really read the lips, but you get a pause. Tauri. Tokra. Jaffa.
Correct?
Simple explorers. And you come through the, and then looks directly at Talvek and Oltek, the Chapa Eye.
Also correct.
And you plan to return?
Yes.
We do.
Well, perhaps you can help us. We too wish to return to the Chapa Eye. We have been stranded here. We want nothing more than to go home. From what we know about you, your peoples enjoy helping those in need, making new friends, forging alliances. An alliance with us would be mutually beneficial.
Where is your home?
We can provide you with the address.
Why are you stranded here?
How
How are you stranded here?
We cannot operate the Chapa Eye. You can.
That is curious.
Yes, its designers didn't consider that there might be thinking beings who were not flesh and blood.
Descendants. Yeah.
Yes. Now that you can observe him up close, you are certain that there are organic bits. That the mechanical parts are grafted onto some sort of organic. You don't have time for like a detailed analysis. Sky, being a physician and biologist, no role, because you could just looking and observing. This creature is 80 to 90% mechanical, but the mechanical bits came later.
Are you the cause of this collection of shipwrecks?
Not exactly.
Well, that is
We-
the main reason why we are exploring here.
Yes,
It
we
is curious.
scavenge. We call ourselves the scavengers.
Hmm.
We
So,
seek resources. We take advantage of the wars between your peoples to sustain ourselves.
Hmm.
It has been this way for a very long time.
about how long have you been stranded here?
A very long time.
You intend on changing your behavior once you leave this place? With our help, of course.
What need would there be to scavenge? If we could escape this, again, pause. Unfortunate situation.
Can I roll? I, the player, am fairly certain that this is not a good bot that we're engaging with. It's a Decepticon, certainly.
I mean, I'm trying to play him super creepy and sus for a reason.
Yeah, it's coming across.
He's super creepy and sus for real. I mean, you can make a perception empathy roll if you would like. See if you can gather more information.
Roll history, intelligence history, calling upon that previous.
Yes,
roll,
so Sky, when the whole revelation that he is largely biological is taking advantage of, instead of making you roll it, I'm just telling you, Sky, because of the previous benefit of gaining an adjacent test, like ordinarily, what's he made of? How is he constructed? Engineering, intelligence engineering, or intelligence cybernetics. Because of the previous role, it's like, no, this is a biological entity that has replaced bits of itself over a very, very long time. And maybe a little bit more. Yes, you may make this is a perfect time for that history roll that we will treat history as if it's relevant, even though it's not.
Yeah, because like we were just talking about the Chapa Eye.
Yeah.
And like time scales. So
yeah.
Okay. Not great. That's a 12. Does that succeed?
It's scaling success in this case. So, unless you would like it to be a fail, so you can reroll.
Well, I can't reroll because it's not perception.
Never mind.
I want to know if the talent's knowledge comes into play and you giving additional information that may or may not be pertinent.
Yes.
Right.
Sure. Sure.
I want to know.
Yeah, you will definitely get information from this. This is a prison. It's not. You don't have any historical recollection because of the thing. We're treating it as if history matters, even though it doesn't. You're thinking very quickly. Okay, sentient creature here, very long time, can't operate the Chapa Eye. Why would that happen? Also, that's a weird Chapa Eye. Someone put it here. Isn't familiar. This creature isn't familiar. It's stuck here. It's built a little army of friends, but it can't leave. You are certain that it is here because it has been imprisoned here or exiled.
Okay. Then I would like to roll communication bargaining.
Okay.
By saying the following thing. Although I'd like to roll it first.
Yeah.
To see, and then like.
Sure.
Play into it. Okay. So that's a 12 again.
Okay.
So like not great, but not, but it's close to the worst I can do.
Yep. As far as you can tell, he's neutral toward you.
Mhm.
If not somewhat solicitous, which might make it easier.
Well, we noticed that our computer was scanned and uploaded. So you have, I'm assuming you have information about us.
That's how we know
We-
that you are Tok'ra.
we
and Jeff.
cannot-
Yes.
Make all of this decision by ourselves. We need to report to our superiors and let them decide. You seem straightforward. I appreciate that, and I'll put in a good word for you. I
It's
am
hard-
trying to
yeah.
convince them to let us go back to the.
It's also
Chapter
kind of deception, but
kind of.
I'll, yeah. I mean, you're not
bargaining.
really trying to negotiate or bargain a deal so much as you're trying to, pull the wool over his ocular sensors. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
It's good.
He's also incredibly intelligent. So we'll see. But it doesn't have facial expressions, but there's a moment where it thinks it's like, yes, we will escort you to the Chapa Eye. I'm sure when your superiors, your general, learns of the opportunity to trade with us, to exchange knowledge and resources, a face-to-face meeting would be in order. So, the being will introduce himself as Rabail. 2 words, Rabeil. Will tell you nothing more about himself. He will wave one of these elegant arms and be hoisted back up into the ceiling. Several of the very large, intimidating humanoid mech bots will kind of corral you. And you're like physically walking down slightly tilted, battle-scarred passageways into fairly well-constructed kind of scaffolding steps to take you down a few more layers so you can exit the hole in the hull. And then Rabail will be once more lowered, but this time lowered into some sort of conveyance. So not exactly an exoskeleton. It's got some anti-grav to it. It's apparent that not all of his physical form is entirely functional. Because you haven't seen him walk. Even though he does have fully, like from an outward experience or outward perspective, fully functional legs, it appears that he is less mobile than you would anticipate, which is odd considering that he can build all these robots. But so he gets into almost like we'll say for fun, like the lower half of a Dalek. But not quite as polished. But some sort of conveyance that allows him to kind of hover along with you. A number of the other bots kind of return to doing stuff. The only escort that you have are 2 of these tentacle squid things that are kind of floating on either side of your group. And he will escort you to the Chapa Eye. You have a chance to ask some questions if you would like, if you think that he would answer them.
I'd like to know about the other 2 signals, if they're the same beings.
He is not the source of the Nakoda signature. That is the active Nakoda reactor that's powering the Hatak. But you can certainly ask. It's like, oh yes, there are a number of the derelicts that are still somewhat functional. We have repaired some.
Sorry.
You seem to be in charge. Are there others like you? Are these also individuals? You seem unique.
Yes, I am unique. They are my children. It's been very long since I had a chance to speak with people. So forgive if my language is somewhat strange. I think of myself more now as the totality. All the
So,
things
like,
that my
can you-
children... Go ahead.
This guy's just gonna be as silly and be like, so can you still taste?
Still,
Or did you lose that sense?
if it could glare at you, it would, but it can't. But there's a definite hardening of its stance. I don't know what you mean.
So you can't taste. All right, cool. Just thought I'd ask.
My children have a variety of sensory capabilities. They can feed the data directly to me. I can easily assess the chemical makeup of any known substance. So in
Guy
that
just
sense, I
leans
suppose
over.
I can taste.
Sky leans over to Poe and's like, she can't taste potatoes.
No one can taste potatoes. They're terribly bland and mealy. Poe's like pulls out the gun and starts firing.
Poe is knocked out.
Oh, yeah. You were dragged to your feet and eventually came back to consciousness. Sorry, I missed that part. So yeah,
Okay.
yeah, you're
So
fine. You have a headache.
So Poe now has conscious at this point
Yeah,
in time.
yeah. He doesn't
First
actually
thing
badmouth
that-
potatoes, but yeah.
First thing that he sees when he comes back is them talking about potatoes.
Right, of course. Comes true.
It's actually when Poe wakes up potatoes.
Yes, exactly. So,
What? You
I
mean Tato? Did you take Tato from me?
no, you have your weapons. Your
It's
EMP
okay,
grenades
Poe.
have been removed, but otherwise you have your weapons. Because
It's
they're
okay, Poe.
not a threat.
She just can't taste potatoes and it's sad.
Yes.
That's
I'll take.
it.
They left you your staff weapon. This is the positive consequence of your decision to fire a warning shot as opposed to attack them. They didn't take and or destroy your staff weapon. So,
Thank you.
so you return to the Choppa Eye. What do? Rabbiah looks at you expectantly, as much as a stone-faced thing can look at you expectantly. The two squid things just kind of floating in the air by him.
While we were walking back, I ask Rabiel. So I talk about the female android that was discovered by SG-1, the first replicator, and if it had any knowledge of this similar thing. I talk about early replicators and what we know about them, and whether there's any sort of recognition there, or what.
Yeah. They were weapons to help the Lantians win the war against the Wraith. But it went out of control. Crude. Primitive. And then looks down at himself and says, well, who am I to talk? Basically. Because technologically he's crude and primitive, certainly by comparison to Replicator, but is very aware of the origin of the Replicators.
I hope you forgive the presumption.
Oh, these are matters which no longer concern me. I'm simply interested in going back home. But to do so, I have to leave this dreary place. So what do you do? The DHD is right there. If you'd like to open the Stargate so you can send a message back.
I'm assuming we have the same protocols as SG team.
Yeah, it's a force field, but yeah.
Yeah.
Someone else take charge.
Yep. So
Well, Sky's. Oh, sorry. Go, Doyle, please.
I was just gonna say, I would probably just open up the gates and Alpha's still there, right?
So you
Oh.
boop, 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 boop.
Yeah.
Chevrons lock the shimmering water, and you begin to broadcast signal.
Yep.
What are you all saying? What's your report?
I'll leave that to you guys because I'm not good at that part of it.
I mean, you can just tell me what, in general, what you say.
Okay.
I'm not going to try to trip you up on like specific language.
Right.
Mine
I
would
want
be very straightforward and just be like not that many details for it. So that's why I'm just like, someone else would probably have a better.
Well, if go ahead.
If possible, I want to use an unassuming code word or like some sort of hidden message within this message.
Okay.
To give the communication that we are being held hostage.
Okay. Make a communication deception roll.
Okay. I do not have deception.
Right.
Can I help in the sense of during this moment and seeing them being waiting expectantly? Guys goes, oh, I know this behavior, and tries to tip them money for their escorting through the like obviously this is just
to distract.
Boy.
Yeah. So for the sake of distraction, you go over and try to interact with the creepy black floating squid monsters.
Yeah,
Putting a 20 in their pocket.
exactly.
I what I will say is this: as you interact with one of them, a few of the tentacles come up close to you, and it's almost like they're caressing you, but it's a little bit creepy. And
Well, Sky's had this dream many times.
so there's a little bit of action, and you actually see Rabile hiss at them, and they draw the tentacles back. Some of them may be a little bit more intelligent than others, so you see him exert control over them as opposed to some of the others that seem to be more like programmed. So
I would like to use my symbiote power
okay,
to gain a temporary focus.
sounds good.
Okay.
Make your power test, and which you did.
With aplomb.
Yeah, so spend your 2 power points and pretend you have. So surprisingly, when you have a Goa'uld inside you, being deceptive is easier.
I would have thought.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. And I specifically use like older code words that would no longer be like loaded onto the pads that
Smart.
we carry. Like
Smart.
Yeah.
Because there are 100% things that you can say that will indicate that we have a code yellow or whatever. But you're right; they've read all your protocols.
Yeah. I would probably reference something like a past mission that I know about.
Sure.
Where
Yeah.
something like that happened.
Yep.
Okay. So
What's your roll?
communication. 12 plus 4 plus 2. 18.
Yeah, that's a very, very good roll. And so the what you'll hear back is, oh wow, yeah, sure, the general wants to talk to you, to give a brief, and you hear the general come over the line. Ah, sounds like you've made an interesting set of finds there, Talvek.
Indeed. Took a whole bunch of pictures for Jace.
Excellent. So, do you need us to send some do you need us to send any additional resources? I understand that you've met an interesting individual. Do you want us to send a diplomatic team?
Yeah. Yes, that would be helpful.
Rabiel will
And
sidle up to you and reach for your communicator. But like may I? Kind of like politely.
oh, our guest wants to speak. Our host. I'm sorry.
Thank you. General, pleasure to meet you. I can't wait to see you face to face. I am so anxious to escape this condition I have found myself in. Would love your permission. I am more than happy to, as your people can see, I am not armed. I pose no danger, but forgive me if I'm somewhat assertive. That I need to leave now. Set up your security perimeters. Bring in whatever weapons that you need to feel secure. I will leave all of my children and devices behind. I will even leave my conveyance behind. Without it, your people will have to carry me to your base. That is the type of threat that I am. But I have been stranded here for untold millennia. I must escape. Please, General, will you help me? I think your guess is that the general will comply unless you intend. You have given the code word that everything's hinky. And you're guessing that he's picked up on it. And maybe he said a few things back. It's like, oh yeah, that time to SG, whatever. So you know he got the message. But if you think about it from his perspective, oh, one creature here, security, and they can all come. Otherwise, they're stuck there. And he's very much about getting his people back. I think he probably would believe that the quickest way to resolve whatever the problem is to get this creature isolated and alone. And so the general will say, well, I appreciate your willingness to make yourself vulnerable. I appreciate that you're showing a lot of trust in us. It's like, oh, I've met your people. They seem most kind, and I've read a bit about your cultures. And you seem very fond of helping those in need. I am such a one. So the general will ask you, Talvak, or all of you, is what he's saying true? Can you confirm that he's not armed and not capable of moving around without this conveyance thing?
Guy looks and is like, well, I think he has arms, right? Like that. Those are technically arms, right, guys?
I mean, well, I could crawl, but the point is I'm not a threat. Yes. And General will say yes. Can you confirm that he's no threat?
I cannot confirm that.
Understood. Dial back in 5 minutes. We'll set up a containment. I hope you understand that we need to be cautious. And of course, Rabal is very, of course. After so many millennia, what is 5 more minutes? So, is there anything that you are doing to alter the course of these events in the 5 minutes that you have?
I mean, I'm playing a pacifist, so
he will send the creepy floating I think they're kind of like almost like Man-O-War meets Spider meets Squid, just really awful. We'll send them away. Will ask your assistance to pull himself out of his conveyance and prop himself up on a piece of rubble. I mean, for all intents and purposes, looks like a helpless, broken being. So is anyone doing anything in the next 5 minutes?
Yeah, Sky goes, and now this one reminds me of the part in the fourth Harry Potter book.
Oh, I read those.
Bad guy comes, when the bad guy comes out.
I read those when I was a kid. Yeah, Voldemort's awesome.
Still no idea what you're talking about.
He's my favorite.
Is there a space rock?
I mean, there's rocks.
I was just
Another
gonna
space
take a rock and put it in his pocket.
Okay. That has some of that unknown organism on it. Probably that slowly begins eating through your clothes. No, it's fine. Yeah. You so Poe pockets a rock. Yeah. Poe pockets a rock. Excellent. So anything else anyone's doing?
If I wasn't playing Talvek, I would grab one of the EMP grenades at once everything's away and
they're all
set it
gone
off next to this guy.
EMP grenades were removed. But yes.
Yeah.
Oh well. So you're not. Well, you're doing what you're supposed to do. You're following orders.
Yep.
And I think
we're following the general message.
Yeah. And I think it's reasonable I do think it's reasonable from the general's perspective. Get everything into a controlled environment versus having to deal with an uncontrolled environment. So yes, you dial in after 5 minutes, correct?
Well,
and I put my sunglasses on. Because,
Do you transmit your code to verify and allow them and confirm that they can take down the force field? Or are you all sacrificing yourselves by going pancake on the force field?
No, I'll transmit the code.
Okay. Phoenix Command pings back. Code received. Force field lowered. Do you all step through?
Guy goes first.
Okay, I was gonna say, finally. This place stinks.
This is when Old Tech says that he transmitted the wrong code.
Oops. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was last week's code. Splat. No, it's fine. And then Sky says something about, like, I mean, I've heard of having pancakes for breakfast, but this is ridiculous, or some other weird pun thing. So it's fine. Yes, Sky, you make it through, and it's loaded up.
Can my last wait? What?
Oh, go ahead.
Well, I was like, can my last pun be back to Old Tech? But are they actually sunglasses if we're not in the solar system?
Oh God, just the worst. So no, you materialize on the other side of the wormhole, and full on security. So it's full base security alert. This normally very open, clean, cavernous kind of gate room is full of security. There's heavy weapons, energy weapons, you name it. This is like, Gould system lord coming through kind of security. Yes, Talvek.
Because my brain sometimes doesn't work at top speed. Would this person be able to fit in our
No
cage, the Faraday cage that we brought along?
I mean, you could stuff him in there. It probably wouldn't. I mean, it would protect him from an EMP, but it's not like fully shielded against all radio transmissions or anything like that.
I just wanted to ask.
Yeah,
never mind.
I mean, you could, but I think you probably would have thought best, like, oh, it's not actually going to do anything other than maybe protect him from an EMP grenade if it goes off, if it's a low level one.
Okay.
So I'm going to say Poe is probably the one carrying Rabiel, because Poe's the tough one. So Poe hoists this surprisingly light. I mean, still heavy because he's largely made of metal. Hoists him up in your big beefy arms, and one after the other, sploosh, sploosh, sploosh. You enter the wormhole. We hear that pig squealing noise. We see the visual, and you all pop out. You hear the the automatic rifles cocking, and everyone takes aim. And there's a moment of silence. The wormhole closes behind you, and the first sound you hear is gentle sobbing coming from Rabiel. And thank you. Thank you. And then columns of fire descend from you're not quite sure where. Phoenix Command is under attack. And that's where we'll end it.
Okay.
And when I say columns of fire, I mean columns of fire. Not laser beams, but like just fire.
Oh, okay.
Look, I know that when we do wrong, we sometimes get fired, but this is a little much.
Yeah, you're about to get fired, but for real. Like extra crispy. So,
Someone just had a solar microwave and just put it over the base.
it's true. No, it is swirling columns of actual flame. Red and yellow, a little bit of blue here and there. It's a thermodynamic miracle.
And you wonder why I always wear sunglasses when I go
Yes.
through these things.
Yes.
Things are about to get lit.
Yes, exactly. Cool. So that was a long one, but we covered a lot of space and we got to a nice kind of cliffhanger.
And we did get to cover a lot of space.
Oh my God. It's fine. It's fine.
I was definitely carrying Rabiel bridal style.
So not fireman style, but like walk across the threshold, looking longingly into each other's eyes. Sure. Why not? He will kill you last. Post credit, the sobbing stops. And Rabiel just says, no, no, no. Just to throw an extra little kink in the mix. He seems even more upset and concerned than you are by the current state of affairs. Just so I didn't leave you on a week of thinking that he was responsible for this attack or it was the grand double cross.
Yeah, I didn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
Some people might think, oh, this is his great plan. It's not. Cool. Well, awesome. We should do the thing where we do and let people know who you are and where they can see you next. Duck first this time.
I'm Duckwark. I run a D&D campaign on my channel every Wednesday night. Michael plays Poe.
With an E.
Yeah.
I had it first.
But yeah, follow my Instagram for like food pics. I had a lot of fun. Love Stargate, as you could probably tell. But yeah. Cool. Or potato.
I couldn't name my character Pot, and I didn't want to name him Potato straight out. So Poe was the most sensible part of that.
Not Tate, like an actual name. It could have been Tate.
No, because then it's not gonna make potato.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. I mean, I suppose could have had a good name Poe and another thing called O. So it's potate O. I don't know. I didn't think things through all the way. Okay.
Next game.
Yeah. Yeah. Hi, I'm Sin or Potato9_juice on Twitch. I stream occasionally. I used to stream TTRPG masks, but we're currently on a break till I figure out more fun times for the players to go through. Yeah. The next time you'll see me here will be for either the One Night at the Brimstone or Sasha the Vampire Slayer, or back here for Stargate. Who knows? I don't know anymore.
Me either. We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Yeah. I post on the Instagrams at Are Not Art or Are Not Comics. That's where I'm most active, other than on the Discord. And if you're not in the C plus content Discord, get in there, like right now. I'm there as the emotional support potato.
Yes.
So yeah.
And your fantastic art is all over the fan art channel. So definitely come check it out.
Also, I'm not being suspicious at all.
Yes.
Yeah. Boy.
Hi, I'm Ultech, otherwise known as Roboyo. I don't stream, but I will probably be here next Thursday for Stargate. Otherwise, you can just find me on Twitch in random channels. And I've got cats that are about to attack me. So before that happens,
Awesome.
Kelly.
Hi, I am Kelly, and my fair Kelly. You can find me here on C Plus Content most of my time on Twitch. I actually will have next Thursday off, so I think I'll be here for the second episode of Stargate. Then other than that, I do stream sometimes on my own channel. Lately, just playing Skyrim and just doing voice instead of video. You should probably see some of that this weekend if you want. And yeah, I'll pass it back to Zero.
Cool. I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or Keeper or System Lord, as the situation may call for. You can usually catch me here on the C Plus content channel on Twitch or live.cpluscontent.tv a couple times a week, running mostly this kind of stuff. So usually a little bit more narrative in terms of the system, but smaller systems, less well-known systems in like beautiful original IP like Alas for the Awful Sea, which is a wonderful game, very beautifully written, or adapting systems to take on some of our favorite nerdy IPs like Stargate and Mass Effect, or playing games that were specifically created to enable us to tell stories in our beloved IPs like Dune and Star Wars and Star Trek. And lots of masks and stories about little old ladies who investigate murders, and there's a Cthulhu situation. Anyway, lots of fun, different sort of things. If you are curious about what we do, definitely follow Sin's advice and go hang out on our Discord, which is community.cpluscontent.tv. And please always, if you like anything that you saw here, or if you came in halfway and want to see how we started, or if you're not sure it'll be around about the same time next week, but you want to keep tabs on this story and these people, head over to cpluscontent.tv, which is our YouTube channel, where everything that we've ever done is there for your enjoyment, nicely organized by theme. So if you like spooky stuff, you can watch the spooky stuff. If you like sci-fi stuff like this, you can watch sci-fi stuff, heroic stuff, fantasy stuff, you name it. You can check that out. Hit the subscription bell there because it's free, and the alert so that you can be notified when there's new content, because everything that we broadcast live here shows up over there roughly a day later, unless YouTube is being weird. So we should go hang out with somebody. I am looking to see who that might be. Let's see. We went to go see Skeletora recently. We haven't seen Zam in a while. And he's doing shooty pew pew sci-fi Borderlands stuff, which is, I think somewhat appropriate. So unless someone has a strong suggestion otherwise, I say we go see Zam. Anyone else have someone on their list that would deserve some love?
That's where I was heading anyway.
Oh,
actually.
Perfect. We should always ask Roboyo where he's going, because he's going to the right place. Cool. Yeah, go ahead and grab, if you are a sub, grab the one with the mediocre roll and the ahoy whale and the hype unicorn. And if you are not, go ahead and grab the one that just has the shrug emoji. Or dump in a bunch of cool animated ones. I'm down with that too, Dead King. So whatever you do, go over. If you don't follow Zam, you should. He's awesome. Super, super grumpy Canadian. And his birds are very cute. Zam is an awesome, awesome guy. Real friend of the channel. Former guest on a long-running D&D campaign. We love him. Show him the love. And we will see you back here soon for something. Since point, not quite sure what. I'll look at the calendar. But for sure, come back. Same time, same channel, next Thursday for part 2, the middle part of Stargate Phoenix 5. I should probably hit enter so we can raid. That's done. It looks like it's working. Okay, cool. Thanks, everyone. Bye, everybody.